Okay. The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission reviewed and discussed its powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities related to the approval to terminate license number 372 Waimana Enterprising statewide. Okay. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, we have two other testifiers, and I'm really going to keep it short, 3 minutes. Jojo Tanimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Actually, I'm not speaking about this, what is it, Waimanu Enterprises. I had tried to get on the commission meeting this morning and I couldn't access it. And then I got to the meeting and then I couldn't hear you guys. So I tried to use the chat box and that was disabled. So I actually wanted to get onto the public testimony on item G3, the unexploded ordinances, FUDs. Can I do that, Chair, or should I guess I gotta wait till this afternoon.
Yeah, Jojo, when we get to G3, we would definitely have you testify to that. Okay, so just hang on. Okay, the next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Thank you, Chair.
She's not on. Okay. Okay, I guess we have moved and seconded on this. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? Okay, motion carried.
Chair, I'd like to abstain.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, we've got one abstention and okay, okay, next item. Thank you. Good job, Andrew.
Thank you. Okay,
So,
we
way to be cool, though.
F1, Linda Chin is coming up to present this agenda item.
Okay.
Oh, check.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Linda Chin. I'm the Acting Administrator for Land Management Division. I'm here to present F1. F1, we're asking commissions to approve to amend General Lease number 276 on the restructuring of the annual ground lease rent. And this is for the Kapolei Hawaii Property Company, which is the developer for the Kamakana Ali'i Shopping Center right across from the office. I have with me the partners in the development team, Drew Bucket from DeBartolo Development, and then we have Andy Alcock from OP Trust. They are the 50-50 partners in the development team. And then as well as Terrence Lee, he's the financial advisor for the shopping center. Bring another chair.
Okay, before we get to their testimony, why don't we have a motion on this item? So there, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so should I go through my motion first?
Yeah, why don't
Okay.
you, it's
Yeah.
very complicated, so
Yeah.
if you can kind of summarize it and
Okay.
get to the meat of it. Thank you.
So we're asking commissions to, oh, okay, sorry.
Like anybody speaks, right?
We're asking commission's approval to the proposed restructuring of the ground lease rent under General Lease 276 as follow. Number one is amend the existing base ground lease rent to modify the rent payment provision for the mall phase for the 15-year period commencing December 1st, 2024 and ending November 30th, I'm sorry, there's a typo, November 30th, 2039, which is the lease year 11 to 25. And we will call it the reduced rent period with the following. The annual base ground rent, KHPC shall pay for lease year 11, the total amount of $2,844,696 payable monthly. This amount includes the base ground rent for the mall phase initially $2,098,782, increasing by 3% annually. And part two of that payment is for the repayment of the 9.1 million deferred rent with interest accrued to November 30th, 2024. That amount being $745,914 repaid annually over the 15-year period. And this will be known as the additional rent. And the reduced rent, base rent shall commence retroactive to December 1st, 2024, which is the beginning of lease year 11. Part two of this motion is regarding distributable cash flow. At the end of each calendar year commencing with the year ended December 31st, 2025, KHPC shall pay to DHHL on a non-cumulative first priority basis 20% of the project's distributable cash flow from operations. This cash flow will replace the percentage rent as stipulated in the General Lease 276. Part three, profit payment. Upon sale or period end, KHPC will pay DHHL 20% of any profit, which is the gross sales price less selling costs, outstanding mortgage debt, and the equity invested. Upon reduced rent period expired prior to any sale, KHPC shall pay to DHHL an amount equal to 20% of the deemed profit calculated based on the profit's fair market value at the time determined by a third-party appraiser. Part two of this motion, I would like to amend this whole section of part two to replace by rent after the reduced rent period, which is lease year 26 or beyond, shall be reset to fair market rent, but not less than the scheduled contract-based rent of $5,394,567. This is just to clarify what we meant by from year 26 on. So that whole paragraph 2 shall be replaced by this. I will give you the language layer to be in this. Okay, part 3 is the 4% community benefit shall be paid separately based on the original rent payment provision under General Lease 276 for the mall phase portion of the ground lease and not based on the restructured rent as approved. This approval is subject to the following. KHPC shall provide quarterly cash flow statement, and DHL retain the right to audit the books and record to verify the accuracy and completeness of each of the cash flow statements. KHPC shall provide copy of the final annual budget to ensure DHL is aware of KHPC's cash flow forecast. Should any expenditure for the retail center and the hotel combined exceeds the budget that year by more than 10%, KHPC shall first seek DHL consent to such excess expenditure, which consent will not be unreasonable, withheld, or delayed, and will be deemed approved if DHL does not respond within 10 days. Provided, however, that DHL prior consent is not required for any such expenditure of an emergency nature, in which case KHPC shall inform DHL in writing of such emergency expenditure, including an explanation of the nature of the emergency expenditure and the amount. The amendment to the general lease document documenting such agreement and approval shall be subject to review and approval by the Department of the Attorney General's office. The discussion on the future of the expansion phase will be separate from this recommendation. Except as amended here to all other terms and conditions of General Lease 276 shall continue in full force and effect. So that's my recommended motion. And then I'll leave it to Andy and Drew to share the reason why they're requesting this restructure.
Linda, before we get to them, just so we get clarification, that correction on the number one, it's December 31st, 2025,
November 30th,
or November 30th?
yeah, 2039. There's a typo on my part.
Well, yeah, instead of December, or November 20th.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
should be November 30th.
Right,
But the first part, December 1st, 2024 is correct?
yes.
Okay. And then, can you read, so they also know the substituted language for paragraph 2?
So the language for part two of the recommended motion is rent after the reduced rent period, which is the lease year 11 to lease year 24, or 25, shall be reset to fair market rent, but not less than the structured contract-based lease rent of 5,394,567. So, yes, I can explain where that 5 million comes up from. If you look at my, page 8 of the submittal, the comparison table on the, current lease rent versus the proposed, payment. On the column C is the current contract base rent payment. So the 5.3 million, it's based on that. If we stick with the contract, this is how much we'll be getting in lease year 25. So to redetermine the lease rent for 26 to 45 is gonna go by appraisal, but cannot be less than this amount.
Any questions before, allow these gentlemen to testify? Of
I have-
Linda?
Chair,
Okay, Commissioner Nellis?
so along those lines, can you just, in very simple terms, explain the advantage of changing the language in number 2? Like
Uh,
what,
Yeah, it's
versus the original submittal, why is this language necessary?
yeah, well, it's on my part, I missed it. We cannot take less, base rent than what is on this on the contract.
Okay, so
Yeah,
point 2
so
is
I
more
have
to
to-
clarify,
Yeah.
the new language clarifies this. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
sorry. In a haste of the drafting, it just like kind of slipped through
Understood.
the
Thank you
cracks
so
on that
much.
one.
Okay.
Sir, Chair,
Commissioner Kalekini?
for Linda, thank you, Linda. So I just wanted to, for my clarification, the reduced amount, the 2.8 million or so. Is it correct from my understanding that we're reducing the rent because it's being made up on the profit payment, the 20%? Does that make up the difference? I mean, why are we going to reduce the rent?
If you look at the page 8, the table that I had, the comparison.
Okay.
So I had showed that what they are proposing to pay on column A. And then column B is the projected distribution from their cash flow that we suppose get 20% on. But this is the minimum they will give us. So it's 20% of whatever the cash flow or this minimum that we will get.
Okay.
This is from their proposal. And then, so if you look at it, the total, we are looking at 73 million for 657 if we go with their proposal. But if we go with the current contract base rent with the anticipated participation rent, we will be getting 74 million. So we are actually short if you look at the proposed with the contract. But we gotta understand the proposed distribution cash and the estimated participation rent are all estimates. We don't know what those numbers is. But the firm number is when, at the end of 25, they will pay us 20% profit share based on appraisal. And that 40 million makes up, for
Right.
the difference that we are foregoing now.
And so the 20% profits could improve. It could come in higher then.
Yes,
So there is
Yes.
that up potential. All right.
yes.
Okay, I think I understand better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, gentlemen, you wanted to say a few things?
And just to clarify on that last point, so the reduced rent is being replaced both by the discounted cash flow, or sorry, the cash flow participation and the profit share at the end. And just also note that on the cash flow participation, DHHL is getting its money before the owners get any money whatsoever. So the reason that we're coming forward with this recommendation, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you and speak today. Is that, so this center, Kamakana Ali'i, was opened about 9 years ago. During that time, the owners haven't taken a single cent of distribution out of the property. And not to mention that we are still on the same construction loan that was in place when we developed the property. So typically when you develop a property, you move from a construction loan to term financing within about 2 years of completion. You need to wait for the property to stabilize, and then you go out and you obtain term financing. Term financing is significantly cheaper than construction financing. We've been paying, construction financing is at a floating rate. We're paying between 8 and 9% right now, and have throughout the entire duration. We should be able to finance this in term financing for under 6%. So that's significant savings. So in order to obtain that replacement financing, we need to have the ground lease amended, and that will allow us, we believe, to obtain much more attractive financing. And by doing so, the owners are willing to commit some more money and some capital expenditures that are needed at the property. And without an amended ground lease, it's just not, we're just not able to commit that extra money. And we also need to attract tenants. It's very expensive, a lot of inducements to bring new tenants and retailers to a property. It's very, very expensive.
Any other questions?
Drew Barquette with DeBarlo. I'm in charge of the daily operations, real estate, and been since 2018. So it's just been, I call it a property that's somewhat built before its time. And we held it together, knowing the residential growth would occur. We're finally seeing it. And proud to say we went through an episode, COVID 2020, which in my business accelerated 7 years down to virtually a year. And what I don't want to occur or happen is what happened, unfortunately, with Pearl Ridge. It's back to the lenders. Retail has been somewhat difficult, but I think we have the luxury of being an, I hate the word mall, an open air shopping center. It really embraces what Hawaii is all about. I think for us, the community, we have embraced the community in so many ways. Proud to say, and I don't think any other shopping center can say this in all of Hawaii, 50% of our retailers are local, and they accelerate better than the national tenants. They understand what the Hawaiian community wants and needs on a daily basis. So here to say that I think we have enjoyed 2 really solid years of big growth in sales. And now we're on the at the point where I really am now negotiating some really unique tenants, and I can't say, but that would even get us to a higher level and attract from a greater distance. So as I said to Andy and Linda and Mr. Watson, when I first ran into some roadblocks because of COVID, I just needed a little cushion. And Andy and Linda and our team worked diligently over 2 years to give upside, giving back in a fair amount, I believe. And I think we're taking this project, I think in a couple of years with the vast amount of residential growth, I think it'll be a nice upside for DHHL and the community. So that's, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Would you be able to share with us the current vacancy?
Oh, yeah.
What
At-
percentage?
Yeah,
are
at
you
the
vacant?
present time, we're at 97%.
Okay.
But a lot of it, unfortunately, is creative deals, incentives to get the right tenants. And Andy's been a very patient partner because it's all about curating the right tenant mix. And unfortunately, at a lot of times, you don't get the full blossom of rent. You get we call it a gross deal. But we've worked these deals where if they hit a certain level, you convert that gross rent into a real rent, base rent, we call it, and extra charges. So we've tested it out probably 7 years ago. It wasn't a traditional attempt, but Andy, as a good partner, let us attempt to do that. And that's why we got up to 50% of the tenants, because if it doesn't work for the tenant, it won't work for us. And so it gives them a safe way, the locals, to come in and try it without being a risky endeavor.
Well, occupancy is 97%, about 84% would be occupancy on permanent deals. There's, the rest of that would be temporary tenants, month to month, those types of deals. So to Drew's point, we hope that they turn into permanent tenants, but yeah, we're somewhere around, I'd say about 84% on.
Yeah, but it isn't a 3 month. It's typically those temp deals are a year, minimum of a year. Yeah. So we'll do a year to 3 years with a conversion rate.
I also wanted to ask, is any part of this consideration due to future or immediately required improvements to the facility itself?
Yes.
Like, is there any major capital improvement projects planned?
Well, not only in tenant inducements, but also in some other initiatives that Andy and I collectively worked on, shading, improvement of common area maintenance. Andy was just spearheading a $6 million improvement to our hotel, which is, and I told Mr. Watson, if it wasn't for that hotel, we wouldn't be breaking, or getting close to, hitting suitable volumes. That hotel's been a lifeline for us. It's giving the retail an opportunity to catch up along with the residential growth.
So you're looking at a renovation?
I'm sorry?
Or I'm trying to understand you. So
So yes, we do have plans to improve the common area. Just, she's becoming, 10 years old, our project. And so it does need some upgrades to it, to the common area, to attract better tenants. And some of the tenants that we're talking to are actually in negotiations. We would seek improvements to the common area.
thank you.
Commissioner Kaniokwa?
Linda, I just have a quick question about the deferred rents. The, not being a student of real estate or capital, the 9.1 million deferred rents, can you just explain how that works, please?
Well, the nine.
Third grade version.
The 9.1 deferred rent was in the original contract that we agreed from year
Yes.
4 on. So there's 9.1 and will be repaid from year 11 to 25 with the interest that was determined. So 9.1, would the interest become 11 point, and then they repay that every year. So that is on the first column, that has nothing to do with the restructure rent.
Yes.
So that one is just straightly that they paying us back that 9.1 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you.
And where that comes from was similar to what I mentioned at the beginning, where it takes a period of time to stabilize a new property. So that was just done in the original deal as acknowledgement of that's what happens. And so that's why it was structured that way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kilakini?
Question for the developers. You mentioned, you folks are currently with a construction loan. Can you disclose what that amount is?
The amount of the construction loan, yes, it's $149 million currently.
Okay,
on just the retail. The hotel has been stabilized and performing extremely well, so there's separate financing on the hotel.
okay. So 149 million, if, we're asking for this amendment or what have you with the general lease, that would allow you folks to switch to, a more permanent loan.
Yes, we can, that loan expires right now, is extended until March 2027. We can repay it at any point in time without penalty. It's floating rate, which allows you to do that. So what we would do, once we've got an amendment done, we would go out and try and refinance. We'd potentially refinance together with the hotel or separately on the retail and hopefully replace that 149. We won't, right now, I can tell you, we wouldn't get more than the $149 million. We wouldn't be looking to get more and pocket the money. If we could replace that 149 and replace it at what would be a much more reasonable interest rate, we'd be saving millions a year in interest.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Linda, can you, elaborate a little bit on the 4% community benefits?
Yeah, so the 4% is based on the contract rent on the mall phase. The mall has been divided into the mall phase and the expansion phase. So the expansion phase, we haven't touched anything. That's why I said it will be discussed in a different time. So 4% on what they contracted to pay us. So right now, the community getting a little more than 13,000 a month for the community benefit. So what I had in here, I just said, I want the 4% to stay as the contract rent and not the restructure rent, because that will mean they were getting less money. So that's why we have that number 3, that the 4% stays based on the contract rent. Yeah,
Okay.
so the community will guarantee that they get the increase amount.
Okay, and for the developers, do you consider increasing the community benefits?
We've worked with Linda to keep them at the exact amount they're at now, so that even though we say at 4%, it's not 4% of a lower number, it's the same dollars they got before, so it's actually quite a bit more than 4% now. But yeah, we not increasing it, not at this time. We're not in position to do that.
Is that correct, Linda?
Yeah.
It is more, staying at 4%?
It's more.
With the new
definitely
structure?
more. Yeah, definitely
Okay.
more than the restructured rent, yes.
Okay, just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure we look out for our beneficiaries.
Yes, yes. We do have, they did, talk to the community, KCDC and the 4 homestead communities, so they understand that their 4% not gonna change.
Okay, I think we had a couple more. Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, we're gonna take some testimony from some of the community members this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
First one is Evalani McBriar.
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners. I'm here in support of F1 in regards to the development with DeBartolo. I think it's very important. They did meet with the 4 Kapolei homesteads, and we also sat with KCDC. I think it's very important that, we sit down and look at what they described of like the step-up increase, and even if the rent might decrease, our CBA, our benefits agreement remain the same. That is very important because it gives us a stability for the 4 homesteads as well as KCDC to implement programs and build capacity of our homestead. With that being said, I want to speak in regards to C1, which I would not, because I feel like the commission's meeting as well as this sitting down is very important in us engaging with developers and also building the capacity of HBAs in a benefit agreement. Aloha Chair and Commissioners, I'm the president of Kaupea Homestead here in Kapolei, and mahalo for the testimony to speak not only on F1 but C1. Our association supports the 2026 calendar meetings, and we offer these recommendations based on consistent challenges observed thoroughly to the 2025 Hawaiian Homes Commission meetings. These points are strictly procedural, appropriate in HRS Chapter 91, which guarantees the right to reasonable notice and transparent workflows for the fair petition of agency decision-making, especially what you see today on F1. The packet and adequate notice on HRS 91.1. Throughout 2025, we saw action item packets reaching 400 to 800 pages, released only about a week prior to commission meeting. This does not provide sufficient commission or homestead association to review housing, land, water, and stewards of legal implications. The compressed timeline has to be led to rush deliberation, limited community briefings, and in some cases, confusion on the impact of these decisions that are directly relatable to the HBAs. Our homestead leaders stepped forward in good faith in support that included a benefits package, a community benefits agreement, and a donation, which was in the EVA donation. I said, and we endured very public and harmful attacks from other communities, including accusations that were false, personal, and intentionally divisive. Due to these exchanges, there was no intervention from the Attorney General, despite the hostility and violations of the parliamentary order. This is not Pono, and this is not the standard for the beneficiaries. So in support of the 2026 meetings, we adopt a packet list policy in which we would want 14 to 21 days for high impact complex items and 10 days for the standard forms. This aligns more closely with the intent of the HRS 91 regarding reasonable notice and accessible public participation, as you can see with the upcoming developments that will be in the Kapolei. In 2025, in the commission meetings, we've seen interruptions, crosstalk, unclear transaction between presentation, testimony, and deliberation, and inconsistent enforcement of parliamentary rules and order. The Attorney General representation is present to help maintain order and Robert's Rule of Orders observed by many moments, especially during heated discussions that really affect the beneficiaries in our community. So we're asking for that 2026 and the standard protocol meetings include clear agenda flow, which all testimonies before deliberation. Second, consistent time allocation. Third, standard enforcement of parliamentary actions, and clear expressions of AG's intervention with decorum breakdown. This strengthens procedure fairness and aligns with HRS 91 requirement for transparent and administrative rules. I will be ending with this. DHHL's core initiative, housing development, land steward, and cultural preservation, as long with economic empowerment of what you see today on F1, cannot advance with clear implications and follow through. What we would need is that this improvement of what we suggested and recommends enhances fairness and comply with the spirit of HRS 91 regarding accessible public process. In closing, I'd like to say this. I approve F1 as well as C1 because approving the 26 calendar is strengthening the process that is essential for fulfilling the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and advancing DHHL's stated priorities, housing, stewardship, culture, and economic empowerment. Mahalo for you folks in listening and allowing us to share this because I think it's very important, not only in the Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting, but as well as sitting down and working on the HB agreement that involves the future development in Kapolei.
Okay.
Mahalo.
Thank you, Eva.
You're welcome.
The next testifier, Kama Keone.
Good morning, aloha chair, aloha board, and aloha Maui.
Hello.
My name is Kama Keone. I'm the president of AOK, Ahui o Kaulu Kahai. and I'm part of KCDC board. Thank you so much. I've been talking about F1. Thank you so much for Roberto for reaching out and Terry Lee for reaching out to us and really having a sit down with us and what's going on here. So, me and my wife went to Pearl Ridge just 2 days ago to grab popcorn, hurricane popcorn. We walked in there and I seen how Pearl Ridge is. I cannot see Kamakana coming like that, yeah. But who knows, right? Right now, everything is going up with Amazon, everybody ordering from home, so nobody's going. So what do, right, as a Lahui? Our OPOs use Kamakana, our kupunas go there, my two kikis, my kupunas, they dance hula there. So where do we go, right? I know we talk a lot about money and everything is going in this and that, and that's fine and dandy. The problem is if we don't support what's going on now, and the ramp does go up, could you imagine across the street being abandoned with weeds right next to the department, right? So not only us beneficiary, but the whole Ahu use them. We go there, hang out, eat. I probably go eat again after this and smash about all the money I can. But I'm in position to. I have no objection for this. Supporting this, I believe, will be beneficial for all of us. Now, yes, you know, we wish money-wise and everything was going good as how it could be, but malls in general, as y'all can see, with everything that's happening in this world, is slowly falling, right? So, but 9 years ago, yeah, 9 years ago, yes, got there. If we don't support what we did 9 years ago, and we push out now, could you imagine what would happen? We would have homeless living over there, everybody living inside there. I mean, hopefully not Red Cully, but I'm just saying. So since we supported them 9 years ago, and they're asking for help now, let's help them now. So as us at the Ahu, I went back to my board and we support them. So I asked that you guys support this also. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kam. Okay, the next testifier, Shirley Sweeney.
Good morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning, Commission. My name is Shirley Sweeney. I'm a Kapolei homesteader. I also was former president of Maluhai and also co-founder of KCDC. So I'm very familiar with this project, and I want to give you a little bit of background of my familiarity with this. So I was there in 2008 when we were sitting at the table with Ed DiBartolo, and we were first talking about beginning this project. I was there when the commission first approved this lease. I was there when they broke ground. I was there when they opened. And I'm still here in support of this project. Originally, when I came before this commission and before the project was built, the reason why I was in support of this project is because I could see what it would mean for the quality of life for the people in our community. Many times our people are traveling up to 3 hours a day to get to work in town. And as you know, if you've lived out here on the west side, that continues to be a problem. So with the coming of this center here, we could see that there would be many employment opportunities for our people here, closer to home. So indeed, Kapolei could be that concept where you live, learn, play, and work right here in Kapolei. You don't have to leave this Ili to get all the services that you need. You know, and so this project has really fulfilled all of the visions that we saw and we hoped to achieve for our community. And not just the homestead, but just for the whole Kapolei community in general. but I want to touch upon, because I know what the decision that's coming before you today really is about good faith. You know, how much faith do you have in this project and these people to really comply with all of the new conditions and the new terms in a restructured agreement? So I just kind of want to speak to what they've done in the past. So within on page 6, we start talking about community benefits on page 5. But specifically on page 6, we start addressing the community benefit of 4% that Commissioner Kalekini was asking about. And Commissioner, to your question, you know, about that benefit, and if it is, you know, how, I guess if it's sufficient, that's, oh, sorry, I need to, I'm not done. But as testament to this benefit is that community center that sits adjacent to this property, the first of 3 phases of a community center that sits adjacent to this building here. But it's not just a physical building that's there. It's what that building provides for our region, your home sitters, your beneficiaries. That was the center where all of the services, not all, where services and could be provided to our beneficiaries. And much of those services is heavily subsidized, if not free. And it's all given to our beneficiaries here, primarily in this region. If it wasn't, if we didn't, KCDC did not have that ability and to subsidize their programs, I would think that they would need to come before this commission and ask for funding to help support the programs that they want to put on in the community center. So when you ask about community benefits, yes, it does a great deal to advance what we are trying to do. We don't expect everything. This is a hand up for us, yes. And it's what we do with that hand up. And we've made great progress. But I also want to note that you also talk about this project also obligated itself to construct a community park for the Kanehili Community Association. And they were given a timeline of 2 years. When that park wasn't constructed within that 2-year period, they did then, in lieu of the park, they gave that community $500,000 for that park, to help with that establishment of that park. They did that. So they've given us the benefits, they've given us the park, they've given us the quality of life that we were looking for. But I also want to tell you, because I don't think you've seen this unless you've been there. I want to tell you about how, and I hope I don't get too emotional, how they honor that name, Kamakana Ali'i, the gift from your Ali'i, Kuhio's gift. When you walk into that office, their office here in Kapolei, you'll be greeted by a beautiful colored portrait of Prince Kuhio, flanked by 2 kahili pa'alima to signify his stature. That kind of sets the tone for the way they operate. That he guides their decisions, and that they work, so they see the importance of working with their community, especially their homestead communities. They live by that name. They honor his name. They respect that name. they've done so much within this community outside of the benefits, outside of the allocations they've given us. They opened their doors when the community asked. They make other donations or contributions, not just the finances, but resources. And I want to talk, they even, during the month of March, and I can tell you all of these things because I work very closely with them. Or during the month of March, that whole month is set aside to honor Prince Kuhio. Because we all know his birthday is March 26th. Every year on March 26th, they hold a commemorative event on their center court and they talk about Prince Kuhio and they present a program on Prince Kuhio. And this is in addition to them collaborating, Kamakana collaborating with the Hawaiian Civic Clubs for the annual Prince Kuhio Parade, which is held the end of March. Used to be in Waikiki, they've moved it out here to Kapolei. So once this, where they collaborate is at the end of the parade, and this body has participated in that parade. They end over at the shopping center. They welcome, they open their doors to everyone who's attending the parade, and it doesn't just end there. Then they put on a whole nother celebration at Center Court. There's protocol, there's oli, there's ho'okupu. All of that formal Hawaiian cultural, and this is all out of respect and honor to who? Our prince. So I feel assured with them there, our prince is always remembered and with the highest regard. And that is something that even we fall short of. I have been in support of this project since 2008. I am still in support of this project, but for more than what I first started out. I hope today that you can consider, by looking at all that they have done and the nature that speaks to the character of the people behind this project, that you would agree and you would approve the recommendation before you. My support for this project is unwavering.
All right,
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, you guys seem to be doing real well in this community here. And we appreciate all you guys have done. So in order to help you guys move along and stay in the community and prosper along with the community, I do want to make the amendment regarding the number 2 paragraph to read rent after the reduced rent period, paren lease year 26 or beyond, close paren, shall be reset to fair market rent, but not less than the scheduled contract lease rent of $5,394,567. Okay, could I have a motion with that amendment?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, with that, let's make a motion to accept the proposal with the amendment. Is there, we already have it with motion by Freitas and second by Lasua. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, the community. Thank you. Yeah, why don't we take a break? We're gonna take a break for lunch. We'll be back 30 minutes. Thank you. Is that okay? It's just, it's like that. Okay, we called back to order. We're on agenda item F8, approval to issuance of a revocable permit to Kauai Sports Unlimited, Camp Faith, Anahola, Kahana, Albino.
Aloha again, Commissioners. Kahana Albino, Income Properties Manager with the Land Management Division. Again, mahalo for taking this submittal item up in the agenda. The subject item we're seeking is the approval of the issuance of revocable permit to Kauai Sports Unlimited in Camp Faith, Anahola Bay, Anahola, Kauai Island, TMK listed in the submittal. We have some visitors with us. We have Ryan McCaig and Lonnie. And we have Kaipo Duncan, who will justify the recommendation as submitted.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Kaipo Duncan, Land Management Division. Before me, I have Ryan McKay, who's the Board of Director for the Kauai Sports Unlimited. And we would like to do a revocable permit for the site at Camp Faith, Anahola Bay, Anahola, Kauai, for Kauai Sports Unlimited to use it as a sports training facility for both adults and youth, mostly youth, to incorporate basketball courts, volleyball courts, and a 50-yard football field. We kindly ask for the Commission's approval of this revocable permit.
With that also, I know Ryan and Lonnie has prepared a video and PowerPoint presentation that they'd like to share. So. Yeah. Show the video first?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You show the video first?
Yeah. Aloha, my name is Ryan McCaig, and I am the director of Kauai Sports Unlimited, a nonprofit organization here on the island of Kauai, based in a little beautiful town called Anahola. Here are some of the things we do. Check it out. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. I want to introduce y'all to Maka'alu.
All right, you guys, how's it? Aloha. Again, my name is Maka'alu, born and raised Anahola, Hawaii. Product of Anahola. Went to Kanoikapona Public Charter School. Graduated here at Kapaa High School. Played all 4 years here at the varsity program. Went off to go play Lewis and Clark football. Studied psychology, and now again, I'm going back full circle. We're gonna come back. Teaching at Kapaa High School, coaching, just trying to give back, just like how the many adults in my life that was able to mold me to who I am today. That's my biggest hope.
Here are a few success stories of athletes that have gone through KSU and are now attending college. And the good thing about these athletes right here, they come from this very place right here called Anahola, Hawaiian homes. Check it out.
How's it? My name is Kavika Rogers. I went to Kapaa High School. Now go to the University of Oregon. I play football. I just wanted to shoot this video real quick just to give a special mahalo to Kauai Sports Unlimited for helping me do one-on-one off-season training. Mahalo.
Hi, my name is Lona McKee. I live in Anahola, on the island of Kauai. I graduated from Kapaa High School, and I won the D2 state championship for Kapaa. I'd like to thank KSU for helping me with one-on-ones and football training. I go to Feather River College, and I play football.
Aloha, this is Nainoa Simmons, Kohilaali'i. I graduated last year from Kapaa High School when we took the Division I state title. And I just wanted to say thank you to Kauai Sports Unlimited for helping me in my off-season training. Mahalo.
also mention that we do off-season training for girls athletes as well. Probably why we got a girls basketball, softball, and volleyball state title. Check this out.
My name is Tyra Semiano, and I'm a 2025 graduate at Hawaiian High School. My girls basketball team won the D2 state championship in 2023, and I want to say a big thank you to Hawaiian Sports Unlimited.
I'd like to, first off, mahalo Chairman Watson, and of course, the ohana of commissioners here. I'd like to call upon a buddy of mine that is also he was the intern head coach and has been coaching at Arizona State for many years. And actually, he's one of my, along with Mike Tressler, he's one of who is also a director of our program. He lives in Arizona. He's at ASU, and I'd like to, if I could share, Mr. Sean Aguano. If he can come and say a few words, if you would, bruh. You muted, brother. Yeah.
Microphone.
We good? Great coaching at Arizona. No more how to use the computer though.
I have my assistants do it.
Thank you, brother.
Absolutely. Again, my name is Sean Aguana. I was the former interim head coach and assistant coach at Arizona State University, in which we work in close collaboration with Kamehameha schools at Arizona State. But I wanted to come on, and I think this is an incredible opportunity for our youth programs. Being born and raised on the island of Kauai, went to Kapa'a High School, but more importantly, grew up in the Anahola homesteads with my cousins, playing in the dirt roads of the cane fields because there was no parks. And most of my childhood was there. And for me, I'm very biased in the situation in which I think athletics and being a part of an athletic program and community is probably the number one classroom that I think is out there. Dealing with adversity, dealing with teamwork, dealing with collaboration, dealing with positive affirmation. This, I think, will bring about huge benefits for the community and for our keikis. And I'm all in on this, and I really appreciate you letting me speak, because it comes from a deep foundation, and in which I would love to see our keikis grow in this wonderful world and be able to prosper outside of the islands, and then come back and be incredible citizens for it. So thank you for the time, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Also, the other director is Mike Tressler. Would you like to say something, Mike? Do you know how to unmute your thing too?
Yeah, I've had more practice at it than Coach Sean, but anyway, thank you, commissioners, for giving us an opportunity. And all I can say is that we started this organization to help kids of Kauai through sports to develop young leaders. I know I've benefited greatly from participating in sports growing up, and I was fortunate to play at the University of Hawaii. And we talk about life-changing opportunities. So we continue to try to give back, and we appreciate you hearing us out and giving us a chance here. Aloha.
No, I think we're good. Yeah, let's go to the PowerPoint if we could. I've given everyone a little guideline. I mean,
So once again, we're Kauai Sports Unlimited. We've been in existence from 2020, and technically we started off as just because of the pandemic, and there were no sports available. And of course, the DOE was very limited. So we started this nonprofit program to help out. And our vision is simple. We just, like Mike said, we try to create leaders in our community through sports and academics. So, and that's pretty much our baseline. That's what we. Um, these are the board members that we have, and so like we have a bunch of board members that are also beneficiaries of Anahola, and are pretty prestigious people in the community as well. And yeah, we're very proud. We're very proud of um, what we do as a group to enrich these young athletes. Just real quick, during the pandemic, when we went through this and we started this program, sports wasn't always the only thing that was available. So some of our athletes joined, and so we're in collaboration with Joaquin Lapono, who is also a lot of our athletes. If college is not for them, then they kind of go to that, and we in collaboration with Lavaita there as well. So we technically we tried. Our goal is to mainly to just get the kids to find an option, and we just because we're involved in sports, scholarships are so very important to us. So yeah, because that's our forte is sports, so that's what we do. We try to get them in. I'm just being honest, like there's a college for everyone. That's how we feel, or an opportunity for everyone. And our accomplishments, I'm gonna say this as humbly as I can. We're doing fairly well in our high school. We're based out of Kapa'a High School, and we're doing fairly well. And I think I might be stepping out of line here, but I believe that a lot of our better athletes come from the town of Anahola, and that's what I believe. I mean, there's only two types of people in this world: people that live in Anahola and people that wish they lived in Anahola. And I'm a coach, and I'm gonna be honest. If you Hawaiian and you live in Anahola, you might get a little bit better treatment by me, favoritism, if you will. But I I love our Hawaiian youth, and there's nothing that makes me happier than to see them succeed, because that's how we roll. Um, with this great opportunity at this facility, I mean, we've never had a place that we can call our home. We always have to share with with the DOE and their guidelines. I'm not saying it's going to be a free for all, but I am saying that we'll have a home, and it's nearby. And like I said earlier, the Anahola youth, and we open up to anybody around around the island, or the state. But we'll have a home, a wholesome, inspiring place that we could come. The place is, the place is beautiful. It's my hometown. It's beautiful. And I tell you, given the opportunity to do and to work at this and to make it a facility for training, the people will be beautiful as well, and the youth that come out of this facility will be beautiful, just like the Aina. And that's the reason why I strongly feel that if given this opportunity, we would really make this thing work for a good portion of our youth at Kapa and whoever else wants to come and train with the winners. That's not a recruiting point. I think Yeah, so I'm just gonna share this, calamai if I sound like I bragging, I am, it's okay, but, so I'm just gonna share a little bit of Anahola and the people of this place. So during Halloween in Anahola, you go down the street, Mahuahua Road, and they don't give out candies. They give out Kalua Big Plate, they give out cotton candy, popcorn, ice, shave ice. It's like a whole circus. It's like a carnival at this place. And when just recently going down the street, I thought to myself, there's so much support. And I think we'd get the exact same support having this facility from our community. Of course, a lot of the people that work in our program are from Anahola too. So it would be a great opportunity if we're allowed to use the area formerly known as Camp Faith to help and support our youth. Thank you guys. Any questions?
Why don't we take a motion and then we can open up for discussion and questions? You want to make the motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, discussion? Commissioner Ornelas, you had some questions.
I don't have any questions, Chair, but I do have comments, and that is that for our commissioners, if you can take a look at in the submittal, where I wish it had page numbers, but if you can see some of the people, and these are just some of the people who are involved in this organization, I would say that it is quite impressive. We're looking at not only majority of them being beneficiaries and or waitlisters, but we're talking about longtime teachers, coaches, law enforcement, medical professionals, and if you saw in the video, Maka Alu, I think for me that is provides the greatest level of satisfaction to know that there's one coach who went through the program, went away to college, has a degree, came back and is now teaching at Kapa'a High School and also coaching for Kapa'a High School football and willing to mentor, the next generation. I think that speaks to the commitment of this group. And I also feel like, it provides so much potential for KSU to have a place to call home in an area that sits in Anahola Village, an area that is in close proximity to the ocean where so much training can happen right there on the beach. And in an area that for these people who have founded this organization grew them, Anahola grew most of these people. And so today that they're, this idea that they're asking and applying for this space, for me, provides a lot of gratification knowing that they're now wanting to come back home and to give back to Anahola. Mahalo.
Commissioner Kaniako?
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for coming out here to talk about how Anahola is the best place to live in the world. We appreciate what you folks are doing, and you can brag all you want. That's your birthright. But when we take a look at how we are supposed to be using our lands, in addition to not just housing, but caring for our people, we take a look at the dreams that we have, the plans that go into that, more importantly, the muscle and the sustained intention and the energy to do that. We look at the benefit that flows into community, not simply Anahola and not simply Kauai, but it extends. Sun Devils, right? and all over the place as shining examples of what legacy looks like. I think that as we look at the best use of our lands to build and enrich our communities, you folks have provided an exceptional example for that. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Coach.
Commissioner Freitas?
Great presentation. Yeah, I was coaching at Hawaii Prep Academy when we played you guys 2022 in state tournament, and it didn't go very well. Yeah, just gonna leave it at that. But you know, I know Coach Tress pretty well. I don't know if he's still on the screen, but I remember, you know, watching him when I was a kid, him and Dave Moyab at UH. I used to go to games with my dad, and you know, Kaylee Aguilar, good friend of mine. So yeah, I think everything you guys are doing is great. Definitely think that, you know, athletics is a vehicle to achieve a higher level of learning. And that's something I've always felt, and I'll always continue to feel that way. Establishing these type of, I don't want to use the word amenities, but these options for our young, you know, boys and girls growing up, it keeps them on point and it keeps them focused on the task at hand, especially in an environment potentially with other distractions, you know. So commend you guys for what you guys are doing. Best of luck in states, and give Tress and Aguilar my aloha, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Coach.
Commissioner Lasua?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys, for your presentation was very well thought of. Anahola, I have a sister who lives there. She's married to a Cummings. Kenneth, Aaron, and Frank are the sons. Those are my nephews. Anyway, I like your presentation and what you're trying to do, what you're doing there. It's good for, I wish my kids, if you were on Molokai, they'd do the same thing. But thank you for your presentation, and I don't know what took so long. Malo.
If I can just add, Commissioner, I'm gonna be a little bit selfish on this because me and this guy grew up together in Wamanalo, so he's a Wamanalo boy. So,
Right.
but with that being said, that person that spoke, Sean Aguano from Arizona State, is a classmate of mine also at Linfield. We played together, and just a testament to those guys. Mike Treschler, I played with him at UH. Great athletes, great men, great students, and I just wanted to provide that.
Okay. You know, you've come in for a RP, a revocable permit. That's a month to month, and then with I guess 1 year period, and then you can come in after the end of that and for extension. But I also noticed you submitted the form with the objective of maybe getting some kind of long-term license or lease, and so that. I guess one is the revocable permit. Typically we issue that kind of use in with certain limitations as an interim approach, where you know it's mostly for where an area is a problem area, so we don't know what we want to do with it. So to keep the place in use and manage to prevent wildfires or trespassers or homeless taking over the area, we use that. Now, this particular area, Camp Faith, has been a problem for us. And I believe we went in recently, we had to clear it out, and, you know, we'd like to keep it that way. And so this kind of falls in line with what you folks want to do. But it also entails, you know, you guys' commitment to keeping it, you know, having people abuse the area and trespass and set up tents, and the rest of the community can't use the place because they're too scared to go down there. So I'm kind of wondering, I mean, you have some very impressive individuals working with you, but are you guys, you have a game plan, and are you guys committed, at least on the interim use, to do that?
We actually do, yeah. We have I mean, most of the area right now is, you know, fenced in, but to be totally honest with you, Chairman, a lot of the people that live there, their families live right up the road. You know, and it ain't our kuleana to go clean their family up. So to me, I mean, first things first, we need to follow whatever protocol we need to do legally. But I mean, Coconut Wireless or in-house, bro, go get your uncle.
Go down there and grab your uncle. Your uncle should be living in your yard, not in our facility. I mean, technically, to keep it real, that's what it is. We know the people that are there,
Mm.
right? And I feel that most importantly, we go through, it's our kuleana to make sure that if this is gonna, this is our, we want to take care of this place. First and foremost, we're gonna keep the place safe so that we don't get in trouble. And then most importantly, go get your uncle, your cousin, your brother. That ain't the spot for him.
Well, and that's excellent, actually, because I think, with you folks being from the community, you would have a connection to those that are kind of like in trouble, really, when you look at it. Now, it is kind of an interim approach, and I'm assuming based on your application, you folks are looking for a permanent, long-term use of the property,
Yes.
which entails, certain challenges, especially there's environmental review requirements, funding, I know you guys are a nonprofit, so you do have certain advantages in going after other funding, but the makeup of the people that you're talking about seems like you guys would have some pretty good access to funding for the kind of things and facilities you're looking at.
Yeah, we do what we have to do. We have a couple of people that donate money and, to our nonprofit, I guess, yeah, I don't think money is gonna be an issue for our nonprofit. I think we'll be fine. Hopefully.
So, I guess what you're mentioning, a 50-yard football field, some of the volleyball courts and basketball, kind of really wonderful athletic facilities. How would you be sustaining the facility, or, the maintenance and all of that? I'm assuming you're not going to use all volunteer work, but
We're probably gonna do most of the work ourselves. A lot of because we live right there in the community, so a lot of the work, and then we through our board we kind of gonna set up a little design of who's gonna be security, and obviously we can't be there 24 hours, but we're gonna try and for the most part do our very best to maintain the facility itself in-house to start.
okay. I guess the last thing I wanted to just kind of give you a heads up. There's another organization, and maybe not the only one, that's also interested in that spot. And so there's a process we go by where we allow people, usually we issue a right of entry. In this case, we're going to issue a revocable permit, but there are others that, they kind of more on a commercial side, but and they asking, hey, we want a mercantile license, which is really more for commercial. What you guys are doing is more kind of service, public service, and for the community, which is different, which I think in this case might be more appropriate. But in any event, there are the others that are interested, so there is going to be competition. But part of the process in trying to figure out who should get, it's going to be the decision of this board, okay, to make that decision, other than today's one with the revocable permit. The long-term issuance, that decision is going to be made after a process is done, which includes beneficiary consultation. In other words, going out. I'm assuming with the people you got in your group, you probably have a very strong, positive response to what you guys are talking about. So I anticipate you guys will do well. But we do have others that want that site. So there's going to be some competition. I thought I'd give you guys some heads up, and then we'll go from there. But that process will entail beneficiary consultations for whoever is interested, including you folks. So at that, any other questions or comments, commissioners? If not, we can take the motion. It's all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against, motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next item, F2, approval to issuance of a general lease to Waianae District Comprehensive Health Center. Kahana, Albino, and Linda are
Item number F2.
F2.
We're seeking LMD seeking approval of issuance of a general lease to Waianae District Comprehensive Health and Hospital Board Incorporated, doing business as Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, a Hawaii nonprofit corporation, located out in Waianae, Oahu, covering the subject TMKs as listed in the submittal. Okay. So the recommended action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to issue a 65-year general lease, a 65-year eleemosynary general lease to Waianae District Comprehensive Health and Hospital Board Incorporated, doing business as Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center, to use 25 acres of Hawaiian homelands located in Waianae, Island of Oahu, identified by the subject TMKs as listed, for purposes supporting the development of health, human services, and cultural resource programs that address the health, wellness, and economic development needs of Native Hawaiian and other residents on the Waianae Coast. The final approval of this disposition shall be subject to the following terms and conditions as listed under the submittal.
Okay, can we get a motion, and then we can have some discussion and maybe have members from Waianae come up?
So moved.
Good. Okay, any questions of Kahana, and then maybe we'll have the Waianae Comp reps or make some comments, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I have John Grego and Kevin Lee, right? Keith Lee, from Waianae Coast Comprehensive. I'm trying to read a short discussion piece that I've written up. So since 1972, the Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center has been serving the Leeward Coast, focusing on both physical and mental health care. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center expanded its services to meet basic needs. This included launching large-scale food distribution programs and creating Elipaio social services to help coordinate broader social support for the community. On April 19, 2022, Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center submitted a request to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, DHL, for about 25 acres of land to develop the Elipaio Food Campus. The goal of this project is to promote health, wellness, and economic growth for Native Hawaiians and the wider Waianae Coast community. A consultation with the beneficiaries took place on November 14, 2022. Following that, a report was submitted to the Hawaiian Homes Commission on December 2022. At that meeting, HHC approved a right of entry permit allowing WCCHC to begin planning and environmental studies, including an environmental assessment under HRS 343, Chapter 343. Under right of entry number 728, Waianae Coast Comprehensive Health Center completed a draft environmental assessment and received a finding of no significant impact in compliance with the HRS Chapter 343. This was approved and accepted by the Hawaiian Homes Commission during its meeting on October 21st, 2025 under agenda item number F1. This agenda submission included details about the planned components of the Elipaio Food Campus as followed in the submittal. If there are any questions, again, we have John and Keith here to answer any questions you guys might have.
Hey, so you guys have been working on it for a long time. Notice your hairs are getting kind of a different color. But did you guys want to make any comments?
No. Well, thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm very appreciative to be here. And yeah, I did have brown hair before this project started.
Me too.
I've been working on this for well over 4 years on this project, and I'm elated to be here before you talking about a lease. We've gone through the community. I'm the project architect. I've designed almost 30,000 square feet for the site. We've been engineering it. We've done the environmental assessment. We've been through just about every review for the property and importantly for the community. And that was a good segue, that project for ours, as far as it being a humanitarian for the community, and look forward to the actual construction of. Right now, where we are is it's in the EPR for the environmental program review, and that's going to be completed on December 8th. We are now working with DHHL for the SHPO part of it on the historical cultural services, and that's finishing up. And so we're gonna be going for permits here shortly, within the first of the year. And we've got a team ready to do so and happy to do so. And again, I just really appreciate the opportunity to be here this spring. Keith?
Thank you, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Keith Lee, Corporate Counsel for Waianae Comprehensive. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. And I just wanted to add that our working relationship with the DHHL staff has been wonderful. So really appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners? Let me just say, you know, Waianae Comp has a kind of a long history and has been a real positive and needed impact on the community as a whole. And the second phase, so to speak, with what you guys are doing more in the food distribution and actually growing and actually beyond that, which is another part to the holistic approach that Waianae Comp kind of practices, not only there, but in other areas, especially at your satellite clinic in the Nanakuli Village Center and elsewhere. So, you know, your track record is really so impressive, and what you guys are doing and what you proposed here is pretty amazing. I'm kind of wondering, you know, it is kind of a expensive endeavor, and what's the prognosis on that? Your guys' funding?
Thank you for your question, Chairman. What we have done to date with the fundraising, we do have approximately 5.4 million to launch the project, and do have from the recent finance committee a support for the balance of it. And because of the project so big, and we do have it outlined in our master plan, we're doing it in phases. And being that the property's raw land, we're doing all of the infrastructure first. And we have enough dollars for that, and that's what we're gonna kick off in January to get that done. So the whole idea is within a 7-year period to invest those dollars and do the fundraising throughout that entire time until they get those funds. So we do have enough for the first phase, which is the food warehouse and all of the infrastructure.
You know, kind of in a separate matter, I know on the adjacent parcel, Lunulilo Homes is looking to do a kupuna housing project, which you kind of complement, but also allow our elderly to age in place. You guys had any interaction with them or no?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did initially have a discussion with their designer, and I have earmarked kupuna gardens that are adjacent to the site as that is developed, so that when it all comes together, it's all gonna work together for humanitarian issues.
All right. Okay, any questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, the next item.
Item number F3, LMD seeking approval that the Hawaiian Commission grant its approval to the Third Amendment of Memorandum of Agreement between East Hawaii Island, Hawaiian Homes Community relating to the Community Benefit Agreement, condition under General Lease number 245, subject to the conditions as follows. First condition is we're going to update to the secondary recipient list. The current list is shown under there, and then we have a proposed revised secondary recipient. You'll see that in bold on page 2. We're changing item number 2 and number 3 to the appropriate associations that are bold. And then item number 2, amendment to section 3.2B of the MOA. The current language you can see as reads each association shall provide verification on an annual basis that A, it is in good standing with the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs. B, it has complied with all reporting requirements with the Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, the IRS, and all relevant regulatory agencies. And C, that it has maintained its 501c3 status and that there are no tax liens, lawsuits, or similar actions pending against it. The proposed amendment that we are proposing is that each association shall provide verification on an annual basis. A, it is good in good standing with Department of Commerce and Consumer Affairs, and B, that it has maintained its 501(c)(3) or domestic nonprofit status, and that there are no tax liens, lawsuits, or similar actions pending against it. Every community association recipient, as noted, shall, after its respective board election, submit minutes, results, resolutions of new board members to DHHL to confirm. Upon confirmation, allocated funds will be distributed. And item number 3, that all other terms and conditions of the MOA shall remain in full effect and force.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Commissioner Kalekini?
Thank you, Chair. So Kahana, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work and effort you and Linda and staff have put in towards getting to where we're at today. I looked through it and 6 of the 7 associations all support.
Correct. And again, just to clarify on that, we did have a meeting back in September 30th, actually, and 6 of 7 associations was present at the meeting. Maku was the only one that was absent. However, they've submitted their support for the proposed amendments.
Okay.
Correct.
One thing I want to mention, Chair and Kahana, is the one requirement here about good standing with DCCA. Isn't DCCA the organization that we had folks just go in and put their names in and back and forth?
Correct. So what the amendment will provide for them when they have their meetings to send us that information so we can confirm that who is the proper officers.
So even if someone else
Correct.
puts their name in,
Yep.
we'll be fine. Okay, thank you.
I just had a
Commissioner
remark
Kelly.
on that. Thank you very much for making sure that we continue to monitor the legitimacy and the compliance
Right.
of the folks that are gonna be part of this endeavor. And I know I know that you had to work very hard because you listed a lot of things that
Right.
people have to be in compliance with so that we can have good governance.
Correct.
You know, we don't need to have things where people do whatevers and then it starts falling apart on us. So thanks very much for doing the hard work there.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Freitas?
just real quick, I know it's been a journey throughout this process from, before I became on the commission. And we've had discussions like with Nana Cooley, with the center about this. We have to insert ourselves into the process to make sure there's checks and balances and to make sure that, the money is spent in our beneficiaries' best interest. So thanks again for your guys' hard work, man. Appreciate it.
So Kana, on this approach, besides amendment, so we're gonna take the money and just distribute it directly to rather than going through one of the entities and have them distribute it?
No, yeah, we'll continue
We'll
to distribute, yes.
Yeah.
So every fiscal year, meaning from July 1st, they'll get their letter, their usual letter confirming who is the president, who is the officers. With that also, we ask for their budgets, their upcoming, their past fiscal year budget, and then their upcoming budget, estimated. And they send that stuff in and we release the funds.
Do we make a kind of assessment of, and as well as have them report how they're spending it and for what purposes? Or is it we just distribute it and they do their own?
There is a report sheet that they have to kind of fill out. And we have that goes out to them every fiscal year when that letter goes out to them, what they're due, and if they're, that they need to comply with.
Yeah, so there's a certain amount of accountability.
Correct.
And transparency.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? If not, I don't know if we had a motion. Didn't we? Oh, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item.
Item number F4, land management is seeking the recommendation or the recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a revocable permit to Native Hawaiian General Services to use approximately 5,000 acres of Hawaiian homeland in Kamawa Pueo area, South Point of the Hawaii Island, identified by TMK number 9300102, for the purpose of pasturing cattle, subject to the following conditions as listed. With me, I have Cheyenne Kapua, land agent, who can justify the recommendation as submitted. If there's any questions.
Hello.
So with the 5,000 acres that they approximately will be using, they subdivided it. They subdivided and distributed it out to 12 Ka'u families who are on the wait list. So this gives them this gives them the access to the land through sublease agreement. And if you look in the submittal pages 9 through 11, there are the names of those individuals. There's the names of those individuals, but also the maps of those the lots that they're on.
Just to add to that, commissioners, I know some of you might have been here, some of you were here. This has been an ongoing issue. I know last year we had held off on approving the extension of this right of entry because there were issues with the service members or the Native Hawaiian State General Service members that were being that was part of that association. Over time, they've been able to resolve the dispute or the matters that they've had concerns and with Mr. Kalu, who is the president of Native Hawaiian General Services. But they've been able to iron those out and have come forward to ask again to reissue this new revocable permit to the Native Hawaiian General Services.
Now, I should know this, but I want to ask it. The people that are using the land, those are people from off of the wait list.
Correct.
And so this is kind of like an interim. So I'm also wondering, we use this approach, especially RPs, as a temporary approach. And personally, I like permanency because it allows the recipients, especially have the maybe homestead lease or pastoral lease for 99 years with another 100. Then they can, not only maybe get loans, but it's an investment that not only did they get it up as a homestead, but there's also successorship benefits and other things. I'm kind of wondering, if we looked at converting this, then if we are, I'm assuming going to be, and we are going to be doing that, how would that impact these guys that are temporarily using the land? Do you guys know?
Again, it's a temporary type thing. If we convert it to a long-term lease, because it's an RP, it's month to month. If and when we're ready to award.
Let's start doing that, guys. We need to look at this. I don't like this month to month because it's very insecure, really, for our beneficiary. And I'm glad they're off of the wait list, but at the same time, they should be getting more long-term. They should get a homestead, not a RP. So let's in-house and let's start to move that forward. Okay?
And I mean, yeah, I get that, Chair. And not only that, but I think this is a good use of the land because of the fire
Temporary.
risk. Yeah, and having people down there that'll graze the land, graze the dry weeds and everything down. So it minimizes that fire risk.
Most of the guys that are on this, are they from the area? Because with these new rules, then maybe we can get and give them some preference. Because I hate for guys from Oahu moving over there and taking over one of these homesteads once we get to that level. So let's go to the next level, guys. This is temporary, great, but beyond that, we need to make it permanent. Okay, got it. Okay, question?
Just real quick comment. Thank you for resolving this. We've had talks, just for the record, a friend of ours is actually one of those guys, the subleases of this, Jackie's big lot. The significance of this is because they run a cattle processing company venue in Kona. What I've learned over the few years is the processing is the hard part. A lot of guys have to send their cattle to the mainland, Some guys even fly their cattle to the mainland because of less mortality rate, weight loss, et cetera. A lot of the smaller, the smaller cattle companies or the families basically can't get a booking in one, can't get a booking in Hilo. So for these guys who can just take their stuff, their cattle right to the these EO processing above Costco, it's a huge, it's a way of life, it's basically how they survive. So if we can convert this to a long-term thing, and yeah, the family I'm talking about, they're from down there, and I think you have a little. It's a different place. You have a little to that environment.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I think that's a step in the right direction. So thank you too for that.
Commissioner Kalikin.
Thank you, Chair Kahana, Cheyenne. Thank you guys for the presentation. To chairs and even Commissioner Freitas' point about looking at more long-term disposition, I totally support that. How long has this RP been with Hawaiian General Services? Roughly, no need being said.
Over 10 years.
So what was preventing us from looking at a more long-term
Infrastructure.
infrastructure? So that will still be something that we need to
Yes.
look at too then.
I know they have a new water tank there, but I don't know if it'll sustain
That's
the users there.
100,000
Yeah,
gallon
no, the one we built,
up Isimoto.
yeah,
But isn't that primarily for the 24 lots?
that's correct.
Okay, but we can see about maybe using that for
Yeah.
this addition. 5,000 acres is quite a bit. I
Exactly.
mean, we got 12 people there, that's over 400 acres each if you were to even it out, but I really totally support looking at a long-term disposition in that area.
Yeah, this area, isn't it adjacent to Kamehameha School's land or?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and let me just say that, myself and the governor and the mayor went up to Waimea and we met with Michael Kane and his group from Parker Ranch. And one of the things that was discussed was the coordination as well as working together collectively so that we have a stronger and more viable approach regarding the use of the land, especially for pastoral development. And so we're actually in the process of improving the water systems for that area, whereby Pukapu, Ninie, and even Waimea and Lalamilo, and we're even looking at Kauai High, where with this initiative we're doing to not only put in a better water system, but also start to irrigate and provide water for these other areas. And what's nice about it in this partnership, which we discussed earlier in the year, but Parker Ranch came up based on their expertise and their understanding and prior use of some of these lands, including the existing as well as the needed water systems, as well as what they're doing with their cattle, which seems to be that business has really kind of taken off because of the market. And so the bottom line is they are, especially Parker Ranch and Kamehameha Schools, they're all very interested in working together. So it's one thing to us working in our silos with our beneficiaries, but it's another thing when you bring in all this resources and expertise that it becomes a lot more viable. And we're doing it. And so even this I believe is going to be part of the bigger master plan, the long-term plan that integrates, adjacent landowners, as well as identifying the right type of cattle, the marketing at not only statewide, maybe even nationally. So it can be and will be an exciting time for us. And I'd also like to add that one of the other things we're doing is we're looking at some of these DLNR lands and other lands that are not in DHHL's inventory. Like there's Act 90 where DLNR is transferring certain lands to the Department of Ag for distribution and long-term leases. Well, we put kind of a stop to that to a certain extent, especially on the Big Island, because of this new, hopefully, more productive working relationship. So we're going to move forward on that, and there's some that are in this area that they're going to hold off, and we're going to try and grab. And You know, so it's a lot of potential, but again, this is a temporary use.
Yes.
We need to look at the bigger picture and we need to make it permanent and make it viable. And so we're excited about that, but even with our new rules that we're gonna promulgate and get passed with lineal descendants and kind of focusing and giving preference to people from there, I think is real good. So,
Just to keep in mind also, I mean, in this area, over 10,000 acres of land, pretty arid, pretty dry. So not the best pastoral lands, but I'm not a pastoral guy, but it's pretty dry and pretty arid. So
but that's why we're looking at geothermal. And geothermal hopefully will generate water for this area, right, gang?
Yes. So Chair, I'm glad you brought that up because as we move forward and consider more long-term disposition in the area, that's an area that we are under consideration
Exactly.
for renewable energy.
Exactly.
Kamehameha has the wind farm, DHHL can have the geothermal farm.
Yes. So you guys getting that moving, right?
We're getting it moving, Chair. But keep that in mind, Kahana, seriously, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess we had the motion, huh? Oh, okay, I need a motion, gang. Is there a motion?
I moved it. Second?
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
thank you, commissioners. Item number F5, moving on. This is a recommended motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission authorize the issuance of a right of entry permit to Kaumana Hawaiian Homes Community Association for the use of Hawaiian homelands located in Kaumana on the island of Hawaii, identified as TMK listed in the submittal, approximately 2.4 acres, and a portion of the second TMK listed, which is approximately 22 acres. The purpose of the right of entry is to conduct due diligence activities, including the preparation of a project master plan, business plan, and compliance with applicable requirements under Chapter 343 HRS and Chapter 6E HRS. The proposed use may also include preliminary development, planning for a future community learning center intended to promote land stewardship, education with the Kaumana and Pi'ihonua community. Approval and issuance of this right of entry permit shall be subject to the conditions as listed under the submittal.
Can I have a motion?
Move.
Second. Any discussion?
Chair?
Commissioner
Yeah.
Kelekini?
Kahana, thank you again. Kaumana, Isoi. I had the privilege of attending their community association meeting where they did the presentation on this proposal here, so totally supportive of what they were planning to do. And look forward to moving forward.
Thank you to staff too, for,
Oh, Cheyenne, you were there.
no, just preparing the submittal.
Oh, thank you for preparing it.
Any other comments or discussion? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried.
F6 removing, yeah, so I'm gonna go to F7. F7, we're land management's recommended motion and approval, motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the First Amendment to license number 861 issued to Ka'ohana o Kahikinu Incorporated for an additional 8.75 acres of Hawaiian homelands, subject to MK listed for the proposed expansion of catchment and storage system. Authorize the issuance of the First Amendment covering subject area under the terms and conditions cited below, which are by this reference incorporated herein and further subject to the following. With me, I have one of the newer land agents, Carlisle Hanley, who had prepared this submittal and is here to justify the recommendation. We also have Elama, who's part of, who's the president of Kahikinu, correct? Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, commissioners. Hi, we're requesting that you approve the issuance of the First Amendment to license agreement number 861. This agreement, the expansion, what this amendment does is it expands the licensed area from license agreement number 861 from half an acre that they're currently using for retainment of tanks to 8.7, adding another 8.7 acres. And so this is part of the Kahikinui Fog Drip project, which was identified as in the regional priority plan as the Punavai project of water infrastructure improvements. Now, what they've implemented so far in the half acres that they're utilizing is the retention tanks down near the community center. What the expanded licensed area does is allow them to complete the system which is the portion that would collect moisture from the atmosphere and condense it down to water that can be delivered down to their community center, where it can be utilized as non-potable water for the community. Exhibit A shows the location of it with the third page showing the components of the system. Exhibit B shows it as a priority project for the region. And in their request in Exhibit C is where they're asking for the additional space.
Loma, you want to say anything?
Go ahead.
Aloha Commission and Chair, mahalo for the time. Elama Farm representing Ka'ohana o Kaikinui. We're very excited about this project. We're very anxious to get started on it. We have secured funding, over $200,000 in grants to address construction and the implementation of the fog grid system. We've already purchased 90% of the material. With the establishment of this project, you know, we're hoping to secure an independent water source for our community. Mahalo.
Let's see. I know the last time I met with you, we were trying to figure out how we could get the money to you so you guys could use it better rather than bidding it out and get some overly expensive consultant or subcontractor doing the work.
Road improvements.
Yeah.
That was.
How is that going? Did you talk to Kalani on that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah, so we're moving that along, Kalani. Okay, good. Anything, well, let's get a motion. Yeah, let's get a motion.
So move.
Second. Okay, any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Now moving back to item number F6, I think we have submittal G3 that should go before F6.
I might have to call them.
I'll take one control this.
You have them. Okay. And then you have the PowerPoint coming.
Yeah. Michael. G3. G3. Golf 3.
So is it G2 now?
Yeah.
Right, let me get started.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it is.
Okay, aloha commissioners, can we get? Yeah. My name is Julie Cachola from the Planning Office. We're here to present item G3, which is informational item on formerly used defense sites in Maui, in particular the Kihei area. So we have actually online two people from the Army Corps of Engineers. And this item is coordinated with LMD's item F6 that will be coming up next. This is the information for that item. So online we have Richard Tanaka, who's the formerly used defense sites, the acronym is FUDS Program Chief at Army Corps of Engineers, Honolulu District. And we have Edwina Brooks, who's project manager from the Honolulu District, and they will be making the presentation on the FUDS program.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon from the Honolulu District. My name is Rich Tanaka. Thank you for having me on today. It's a pleasure. Okay. how we go for next slide if we don't have any questions? Oh, looks like we do have a question.
Jojo, we can have you wait until the end of the presentation for your testimony, okay? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Hey, next slide, please. Okay, so in general, we'll just give a bit of an introduction of FUDs, CERCLA, as well as just like speaking about, like, say, one property with certain projects in Kihei on Maui. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some history about the Kihei Artillery Range. As we can see, like the border shown in like with the green boundary. It's about 17,505 acres on Maui. So there was, through like say some investigation, we did find that there was an army or a federal government real estate interest, and we did also find that there was some training in this area over here. And being that it was formerly used, the this this like say like real estate interest was returned back to the owners. Next slide, please. Okay, so in general, what are FUDs? What are formerly used defense sites? Well, if the United States government, Department of War, Department of Defense used property, had a real estate instrument, real estate interest, and returned those lands back from the Department of Defense, Department of War before 17 October 1986, then it qualifies as a formerly used defense site. Next slide, please. So what it is that, first of all, we try to get what's called a finding and determination of eligibility. Was there, like say, real estate interest? Was it also documented? Did we have that? If the answer is yes, then what we can then like say go through like say the like what we're going to talk about, like say the Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation Liability Act, or the CERCLA process. Then we try to see, are there projects that can be made from this on a certain property, and then we try to address like say those projects. Next slide, please. Okay, the one thing we can have is that just because something was, like say there was an interest in, and also like say evidence that we had some sort of real estate like say instrument, it doesn't mean that say every one of those goes through the whole CERCLA process. You can have like say properties that were reacquired after 17 October 1986, such as like say one on the big island is like say like the Keamuku training area, which is like say like reacquired by like the federal government in like the 2000s. You can also have duplicate properties, and if you also don't have any evidence of like say use of like even any sort of contamination, we don't go any further. Next slide, please. Okay, here's our different categories of like say form use defense sites or FUDs projects: HTRW, Con HTRW, BDDR, and the one that we're dealing with at the Kihei property, which is Military Munitions Response Program, usually through past military training. Next slide, please. So what it is that we found that this like this area was eligible. We also found that like say we should proceed because like because of potential contamination. And so this is what we found. Within the green areas, we found that in Area 2, it was a foreign maneuver area. Area 12, that's where they did have training. It was an impact area. That's where, like, say, artillery was fired into. And then in Area 13, a maneuver area, fortified area. Next slide, please. Okay, so where are we? Where are we right now? What is the Army Corps trying to do for this area over here? Well, we are moving through the CERCLA process. We have an upcoming slide that shows the different phases of the CERCLA process. But as of right now, we have completed what's called the preliminary assessment report. We are now completing what's called the inventory property report, and we're making projects, and we're getting and we're looking to try to get funding for them. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the CERCLA process, and it is comprehensive. There are phases through this whole process over here. So in general, you see where they have the red? That's where we have at least 2 out of the 3 projects that we're going to try to move forward and get some funding for, to try to see if we can continue this process over that. Because right now we're in the preliminary assessment, so we've done like a report on that. We are making now like say projects for that, and we're gonna like say move forward with like say a 2 separate like say phases within the CERCLA process. One is going to be the site inspection, the other is going to be the remedial investigation. In general, the site inspection, you look to see if there was contamination on this. In the remedial investigation, you're like, okay, we've kind of found some contamination, but you want to determine, especially in the topmost bullet, what is the nature, what is the extent of contamination, such as what sort of contaminants may be on the site and how widespread are they? Next slide, please. Okay, so the one part over here is like site inspection. We're going to proceed with a site inspection over here with that area in area 2. And why is that? Because we've also had some communication with our partners from DHHL about work development that may be ongoing. So it's like, okay, let's try to see what we can do to help support this, to find out if there is any sort of contamination in that area. So right now what we're trying to do is we're going to try to do what's called a work plan ad. We are attempting to get funding in-house, so that's just within like Army Corps, as well as to put out a contract, like say to develop for that area 2 over there, which is, you know, has been identified as a maneuver area. And that's our timeline that we have right over there, from 2006 to 2029. Next slide, please. The next one is for the area that is called the impact area. So like say like the middle of the 3 polygons that you have over there. So we're like, there have been reports of some munitions being found over there. Okay, so it's like, I think we can move forward a step that, you know, now we're just going to look for what's called the nature and extent of any contamination in this area. And that's our timeline over there, starting in 2026, going to about 2029. Next slide, please. The last one we have is, well, we've also been talking to our partners, and they're like, hey, we could have some construction immediately in the next 3 years. And we're like, all right, let's see what we can do. Because if you're gonna like start digging this area, there might be any munitions that could be in there. So, okay, let's try to see what we can do on what's now called a time critical removal action, otherwise shown in that acronym of TCRA or TICRA. Let's see what we can do over here, because it's like, if we're going to be digging and there is like this water line, which is for the good of the community, the good of the public, what can we do to help try to make this safer for everybody? And we will continue also with the remedial investigation in this area. And we're also going to offer what's called 3 R's training. It's recognize, retreat, and report. Teach the people who could be on the job, who could encounter a potential munition that might be in this area. Next slide, please. Okay.
You know, I wanted to comment on that. Let me add on the last slide that the people in our office actually amended that map. So you can see in your map that you have in front of you, but it wasn't on the slide, that that transmission line starts outside of that boxed area because that white boxed area where that red is also is where the We Do project is gonna be. So the transmission line actually starts outside of that white box area and then goes down. So it's a slightly different transmission alignment that they corrected on your guys' maps, but not the presentation map. Anyway.
No,
So
thank you
floods
for
is
that.
a major thing from, yeah. Did you want to say anything, other closing remarks, Richard?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you very much for that. I just wanted to appreciate that, like say we had the correction to the slide over.
So this is, we'll be dealing with this for a while, I think, because we have other lands in the FUDS area, but we have a lot of activities happening in this particular Kihei FUDS because it touches both of our lands in the lower Makai, Waihuli, Keokea, and as well as even Komalani on the other end. So I don't know if you have any other questions or for the Army, if the commissioners have any questions.
I guess I have some questions. Let's see. Your mission employs a risk management approach to perform appropriate cost-effective cleanup of contamination to protect human health, safety, and the environment. You see that you determine the nature and extent of contamination, but to protect human health and safety, don't you have to consider what a landowner is planning to do with the land?
Yes, absolutely, sir. A big part of this is cooperation and partnership with all of our stakeholders, with all of our landowners. Because what it is would be, what is the land being used for? So the one thing that was brought up is that when talking to our partners at DHHL, they're like, hey, we got this water line going in there, and it's coming up within the next 3 years. Can we get support sooner than later for this? So yes, this is one thing where we're going to have ongoing partnership with our stakeholders, including the DHHL team, on what lands, what could be there, when is there also going to be any sort of potential development.
Well, obviously, it's going to take us a lot of money to do this cleanup. Is that going to be coming out of the $10 billion you guys are making available to us?
Well, we have a separate budget that we do compete with the whole nation. So there is a certain pot of money for that. It's relatively limited funds. And so what it is that when we have good cooperation, good partnership with our stakeholders, so it's going to be like, hey, here's what we got. Here's what's going on. Hey, let's also say align to get rights of entry approved to be able to do our investigations. These things all help us to be able to make the case to get funding to be able to do projects such as these that we are proposing over.
Yeah, maybe I was being facetious, but not really. It's I think it does take a lot of money, and we're going to start the process of talking with the military, which obviously you're going to be an integral part of it, and it's important you guys have this dialogue and connection with the people that are making the decision to make those funds, assuming they are going to be available, and I'm hopeful they are. So with these lands and all the others that you've identified, it's going to be real critical, and it's very, very expensive. I mean, look at Tahoe Lave. That still isn't finished, and I don't know what you guys spent there, 300-400 million, or if not more, and it's going to be a challenge, and it's going to involve a lot of money, and hopefully this money isn't going to have to go through this congressional process, that you guys have some extra money on this side that we can tap into fairly quickly. But it is an immediate problem. We have that issue in we had that issue in Lalamilo and some of the adjacent lands.
Well, it's based upon what information we sort of know about. And, how would you say it's iterative? If you don't know much about the site, then you can use like say, like a sort of cost estimation software to say, hey, over 100 acres, how much of this could possibly have any sort of contamination? What sort of contamination might be there? And then you go more and more into the circle process. You obtain more and more information, and then you can say, well, we may not be able, have to use the software. What we're actually finding out is we've done some field work. And my goodness, we have a certain density of the amount of like munitions and explosive that could be there. And it could be at this certain depth. And so then we're able to get, like say, more and more precise cost estimates of the work that can be done based upon the more and more we're able to get onto the site and gather information out there. Over.
So all these sites you're talking about, have you done any preliminary investigations that will kind of allow you to do, add some fairly detailed and accurate costs? Because, we're going to have to quantify that, and maybe the 10 billion isn't enough. Maybe we need a lot more. So, it's kind of important that we get this job done as quickly as possible. But I don't know. I don't know what level of investigation you've done, or if there's none.
Well, I believe the 10 billion, we are not a part of that deal right now. We do get different funding for this, and this is like an ongoing effort we have year after year in terms of foreign use defense sites. So, and we do have multiple projects, and there's only a certain amount of projects that we can work on just based upon our resources. So one area that we do talk about where we do have a good at least a history. We also have, like, say, some work that's being done is up in Waikoloa area, which includes Lalamilo and also Pu'ukapu. In fact, I worked on Pu'ukapu personally, and we're able to say, after all said and done, it was, there was a real estate interest, but really don't have contamination in Pu'ukapu, so therefore that area has now a clean bill of health. That's one example of some work that we've done. But we are moving through the rest of that area within Waikoloa Maneuver Area Program that is a part of like what the Honolulu District does take care of in terms of foreign use defense sites within our area of responsibility, which includes Hawaii, Guam, American Samoa, as well as the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands, including Saipan.
What about Oahu? Have you guys done any studies? There's Kahana Valley, Waihole, Waikane.
We have
these other sites. Go ahead.
Oh, sir, I'm sorry to have interrupted you. I apologize.
No problem. I was wondering what others. Because, like I was saying, we're kind of starting negotiations, and I got to figure out how much money we need to clean up these sites, and whatever limited information you have, we're going to have to access that so we can kind of put that on the table, and get a more accurate dollar figure here. So,
well, definitely one site would be Waikane. So we have some projects there. We also have some projects in Heia that we're dealing with, So yes, we do have some projects within like foreign use defense sites projects within like say like the windward part of like say Oahu.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll get some other questions. We know there are different methods of cleanup going to different depths. How is the method and level of cleanup determined?
Okay. I think what it'd be is like, what is the contamination? What is the nature extent of contamination with what is what they call a reasonably, like a future land use? What are those? And so we try to say, if you're going to go down to about 3 feet and we think the contamination's in this area, well, then let's try to like have cleaning methods that go down to 3 feet in that area that will be developed.
Okay, you said that the final draft of the preliminary assessment was submitted to the Department of Health. We did not have a chance to review or comment on the preliminary assessment. When are we going to have an opportunity to give you our plans for the use of the land?
Well, within the preliminary assessment, it's actually gone final. So I can send that to you. But the one thing we're always open to is like having a discussion about what will be going on these lands. Such as in area 2, we heard that there's going to be some like say housing development. So it's like, okay, got that. Part of like the impact area there is going to be what's that like say like that water line. So we do talk to our stakeholders about that because we do want to gather information of like what they could be using like these lands for. And yes, we are definitely open to like having this discussion because potential future land use does change. you know so it's good to like have like this like long term, and I think we'd like to build a long term relationship with DHHL on like say on like these areas where we do have foreign use defense sites.
Okay, maybe for DHHL land, you should assume that we will be developing residential and agricultural homestead, as well as pastoral homestead communities. Okay, any other questions from the other commission? Not, okay. Anything else, gang?
We got F-16.
I do. Oh, Chair.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. George, we almost forgot about you, man. Sorry about that.
Hey, I've been with you guys all day today.
Okay, well,
okay,
here's your
so
moment in the sun.
great. Item G3 on the FUDs says various locations. So I'm going to take that opportunity, and maybe Richard can help out on this as well. It's been such a long time since we've talked to him in Waimea at the community meeting with regards to the UXO. Okay, so our conversation was about surveying the bypass alignment from the old Kauai High Harbor up to the water tank in Kauai High Road, or at least the Queen Ka'ahumanu. And those lands is what we were talking about. But a couple of years ago, the commission approved a right of entry for the Army Corps of Engineers to survey lands across from the Kauai High Harbor because they were planning to expand the harbor. And in Kauai High, we don't have that much room between the harbor and Hawaiian Homes. In fact, it's just a 2-lane highway. So they gave this approval. But when I talked to David at the Waikoloa community meeting, I asked, and he said nobody told him. So I'm wondering what kind of communication you guys, what process you go between you and David, because they're actually on the ground. The other thing is you were talking about all of these lands that you were talking about anyway. I wanted to bring about history where Congress provided the approval for the military to practice bombing, and it ended up creating the Kauai High Harbor. But the bombing was on the Makahuna Gulch, okay, which is across from the harbor up on a mountain, which would be part of the area that you guys would have been surveying since we last spoke. And what's happened now since we spoke was our concern was erosion, flooding, and those things have come to pass. In fact, the erosion is now going into the harbor. And where it used to be like 100 feet deep, we used to go and fish in that area. You can park your car on it. It's all dry land because the erosion has been coming down since we talked. And that was our concern. Okay. So the impacts that we're having with the Army Corps of Engineers is you guys keep telling us you don't know anything about it. Okay. But the problem is the erosion is impacting the highway so that civil defense has closed the highway to us. We cannot go through the harbor area to Waimea or Kona, the airport, whatever. And we've had a few of those events. Now, last month we had the military all hands on deck because of China. When President Trump was talking about China, our harbor was full of military shipping, equipment, men, all that kind of stuff. But this is towards you. On the agenda, on the other end, Makahuna Gulch, which is the problem for erosion and flooding, is in the right of entry that the department gave to permittee number 485, which is a Palikoki Ranch. They've had this place for a while. So now it went from a watershed full of trees and running rivers to no water, fire hazard, like we say, flooding, erosion. And there's no alternative way for the military to get out of Kauai Harbor. Same like the harbor with all of our food and stuff. So I'm not sure if it's something that maybe you guys can consider working with Hawaiian Homes because the right of entry permittee is not doing nothing about it. And the department has had such a bad communication with the community that they don't want to answer us for all this time. So now I'd like to get the commissioners to pay attention because it's impacting the community all the way back to North Kohala. That's the only road that goes past to get to Waimea and Kona. Otherwise, all the storage gotta
Okay,
go all the way back
Jojo,
to
thank-
Kohala. Yeah, so how do I find out,
okay, Jojo.
Chairman, some kind of communication to fix that erosion? Thanks, Cully. I waited all day. I can end now. Thank you.
No, I know you got all day, but we don't. We got 6 more items we gotta take care of today for the end of the day. But thank you for your insight and we'll take that into consideration. Appreciate it. Okay,
Thank
what else
you.
we got?
Okay, so move forward with item number F6. Item number F6, LMD's recommended motion and action is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approve amendments to right of entry number 717 for the purpose of number 1, amending the Exhibit A to reflect a boundary adjustment, identify the proposed formerly used defense sites FUDS area. Number 2, include the release of liability Waiahuli requirement upon program registration. And number 3, extend the term of an additional 12-month period to continue access deer population control activities on a portion of Hawaiian homelands located in Waiahuli, Maui Island, subject TMK listed, subject to the following conditions as listed in the submittal. Again, I have Shelley Carrera, land agent, here to justify the recommendation as submitted.
Aloha Chair and Commissioners. So just to give a little history, the Commission approved the right of entry 717 to DLNR for the purpose of executing control hunting program for the purpose of reducing access deer on Hawaiian homelands. So the hunting program registration is available to Maui lessees and waitlisters. Through this amendment, what we recommend is replacing the Exhibit A to show the new Exhibit A that identifies the FUDS area. So Exhibit A, there's hatch marks that cut across the TMK portion. So what we want to do is make sure that that's noted. And then also include a release of liability, which is shown as Exhibit B. The release of liability would be administered to program registration. So the amendments, amending the map Exhibit A would also create a boundary adjustment that excludes the area under General Lease 3112 Waiahuli Hawaiian Homestead Association. And we also have DLNR DOFA staff available to answer any questions. I think Shane Matos.
I don't think we, is there any, questions on this guy? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion or questions on this? Not all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Next item.
Commissioners, LMD is done. Mahalo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item, C1 for information only status report of DHHL enforcement. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and Commissioners. David Hoke, Administrator with Enforcement Unit. Just our monthly update for the period of October 13th through November 9th. During this window, we had 40 official requests for enforcement, bringing the total for the calendar year to 174. During this window, we also submitted 34 reports, and the calendar year total for reports submitted is 390. During this window, we also sent 18 official correspondences to beneficiaries for various reasons pertaining to investigations. And just want to acknowledge our legal assistant, Casey Corpus, who handles all that for us. And as far as beneficiary engagement, kind of a busy month. We had meetings with KCDC, Keokaha Panaeva Farmers Association, and the Panaeva Residential NSW meeting. And so those are held on quarterly basis that we go in, check in with them, and address any concerns that they have, and also kind of give any feedback from our perspective on what we can do to collaborate more. And that's it for our update.
Oh, you've been busy there, haven't you?
Yep, staying busy.
All right.
Yes.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Good.
Aloha. Can you give us an idea of how your department has been impacted by the modernization? So in relation to complaints, would you shed some light on that?
It's the more that staff gets on board with it across the board, it's become so much easier. Slowly transitioning, not everybody has licenses yet, but everything online just makes it so much faster. And we continue to meet with Salesforce regularly, give them updates. And I believe that once everybody's on board, we can kind of play with it a little bit more. It's going to help out so much, even with the notice of violations. Everything just hopefully can kind of get stuff out much quicker. So we're very excited. We kind of have an ongoing monthly meeting with Salesforce because we're throwing so much at them. They're giving us stuff to play with and we're sending it back. But we're going to fully embrace this thing because I think it's really one way to address the challenges, it's always going to be there with the limited staffing.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm going with that, is there's so few of you. And so if is it the beneficiary, or how does someone lodge a complaint versus
So right now it can come online. And so we're hoping that it can tie into Salesforce, go to the respective division as long as they feel it's an investigation or something is needed, they'll just kick it to us and everything will be done electronically. Before it was somebody called in or wrote in, and it's a lot of, paperwork, physical paperwork, and then just shuffling around. So again, it helps out so much, and even getting, the information before is old school, kind of printing it out, going through it or looking here and there. So it's so helpful, but we've been putting Salesforce to task. I believe the last meeting we had 38 recommendations for changes. So we're really making them work. Yeah.
And so if someone lodges a complaint electronically, then, and it gets to your office, is there a follow-up that is also transmitted via Salesforce to the complainant, so that they know what resulted, if anything, of their complaint?
I don't believe the disposition. I do think they get some kind of automatic receipt saying it was received.
Okay.
But as far as the details of the investigation or the outcome, there's no direct response.
Okay, and that's by design.
We didn't go into it in details, but as far as like the residential issues, I don't think we could share that anyway. The homeless and trespassing, we can go reach back out, but I think it'd be a little bit tricky kind of based off of, if it comes in just in a general complaint way. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. Thanks, David.
No, yeah, thank you.
Next item, C2 for information. Oh, D1. D1.
Take me out there. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator. D1 is for your information only, which includes monthly activities for applications branch, our district operations, as well as loan services branch. I regret to inform you that, again, although we have for you the report with respect to the number of applications statewide, there are currently, as of November 1st, 2025, there's a total of 47,254 applications statewide, and a breakdown of those applications are provided for you. What is not provided is the number with regards to the number of applicants representing that 47,000 applications. We have a commitment from our vendor. There is a commitment to provide those numbers for you at your next month's commission meeting. Likewise, the lease activity count, that will also be provided to you next month. We do have the delinquency report for your information. The total delinquent amount, which is 224 statewide, is further broken down into two categories. It's not provided for you in the report, but I just wanted to give you information on how it's broken down. There's 156 of those 224, or 156 represent direct loans, and 68 represents NAHASDA. So we have staff that collects the direct loans, and then we have NAHASDA that's responsible to collect the NAHASDA delinquent accounts. Now, as far as overall, with regards to the dollar amount, we've slowly decreased that amount from July of this year from 24.2% to current 23.1%, which is about 1%. I mean, it's nothing to brag about, but we are making strides with regards to addressing the loan delinquency. I'm working with staff to further evaluate these delinquencies, and requested that staff propose a few cases that will be brought to you for consideration with our recommendation to schedule a contested case hearing. We are also evaluating those existing cases that are currently under a decision order. There has been some lax with regards to some of those cases that rightfully should be taken to you because there's a breach There has been some hesitancy, for the lack of a better word, to take it to you because there may be a possibility that the lessee or borrower will make up that payments months to follow. But if we're reading the letter of the law of your decision and order, any breach to that repayment plan requires further action by this body. So I'm having staff review those decision and order, and hopefully by January of next year, we'll have some of those cases brought to you for further action. I'd be glad to respond to any questions you may have at this time.
Commissioner Su.
Yeah, Juan, I'm looking at this delinquency and, you know, like you say, there's 224, but then yet for the 180 days delinquency, it's showing 152, which is half of the total loans.
That's correct.
Okay,
Of the
so,
total delinquent accounts,
so
220.
based on that figure, is there a way for these 180-day loans? Can we handle it in a different situation? Right now, at 180, I think we're doing a disservice to the beneficiaries by carrying them out that long for repayment. And I remember when it was up in Washington, somebody had asked how many people work on these loans, and he said it was 700, I think, 700 people. So for our department, I don't think we have that many people working on these delinquent loans.
Unfortunately not.
So, so my concern is that with the amount of people that we have, it seems like we're not able to do what we need to do. And I was wondering if you maybe
Yeah,
have any ideas.
thank you for that question, Commissioner Lasua. We are in the process of recruiting one additional collection officer. That is currently under recruitment with our State Department of Human Resource Development. As I stated earlier, we are looking at evaluating all of these accounts more closely. There are cases that have been issued a decision and order by this body. It's looking at those cases that may have breached and requires further action from you all. There is also a thought of looking at those borrowers who have made consistent payments of at least 6 months. Now, the department does have the ability through your action or your approval, should a borrower pay 12 months consecutive, we would do a refinance of the loan. Those are primarily those cases that have not been taken to a contested case hearing. We are looking at possibly these cases that are under a decision and order, whereby a lessee have made at minimum 6 months consecutive payments. We want to come back to you with our recommendation, provided that lessee has the income, is in compliant with other financial obligations, and come to you and request, rather than waiting for the 12-month period, request for your approval to refinance that loan with the payment history of 6 consecutive months. So we're looking at certain ways to try and address the delinquency.
I'm not sure what to say, but I think that's one way you can help these beneficiaries out. And I'm not sure how the State Department of Health handles it. Is there such thing as a charge-off for these people?
Charge-off usually comes after the lease is canceled. There is a process of this commission approving deferral of loan payments and taking it to the end, or at maturity. There are programs out there. Ho'omana is one. We have Catholic Charities. I will bring forth additional information for you next month with regards to how much money was given to our beneficiaries by way of these programs. And those monies were applied to the amount delinquent on the loan, as well as helping out with other financial obligations like real property tax and possibly utilities. So there are programs out there to assist with our beneficiaries. With the chairman's approval, we are exploring another way of assisting staff, and that is with providing or having Hawaii Community Lending, the department outsourcing some of those collection efforts to Hawaii Community Lending. I've contacted the organization, and we're setting up a meeting to get further clarification on how that process can take place.
Yeah, Lawrence, I guess part of the problem is right now, I think we have 4 people assigned to the collections. And that's not enough. Just like the 700 you mentioned. So we need help from outside. And so we actually have a contract with Hawaii Community Lending along with Helen Y that are and can be expanded to include collection, which is what we're going to do. We're also trying to upgrade our software with the Salesforce so that we can create these digital folders that can not only provide some guidance for these consultants or third-party entities, and making mandatory that they also get into Salesforce. And we've worked with Salesforce to get them to kind of donate the program to these nonprofits. And what I like about working with these guys is that they have offices on the outer islands versus all of our staff is here on Oahu.
Right.
So for them to be flying back and forth, just doesn't, it really needs to be a one-on-one kind of dialogue rather than calling on a phone or looking on Zoom or whatever. So we're going to expand that to get more people, especially, and not just those 2. We're looking at some others that can provide some assistance. But I do like the idea where some of them, they have offices on the outer island. Some of them are homesteaders. Some of them are on wait lists. And I'm talking about the staff with the Hawaii Community Lending and some of these other organizations. Helen Y, she's a homesteader. And she's really good. And, this program's 30,000
Yes.
that they can use to kind of pay down these delinquency. So we should be tapping that to the max. But again, it's a matter of interacting with our beneficiaries, especially those that are, extremely delinquent. And so I've tasked Juan that we need to go after these with a vengeance, not a vengeance, but with and I should never say a vengeance, with a rehabilitation mentality. But it is, these are pretty old, so we don't want them to allow them to just sit.
Right.
So we are bringing on some hearings officers. We have 2 more. And they're going to be tasked with, you sit down and figure out what's the problem and figure out a solution.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because
Anyway.
I'm concerned because the longer you hold out, then you end up paying more interest than principal. And to me, that's doing a disservice to the beneficiaries. If they can't pay it, they're gonna always be on that list. And so we're just hurting them more. But I think what you're talking about, Kali, would be beneficial to not only the department, but it'll help them themselves, the beneficiaries. It's another way.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
just to clarify, there are currently 3 staff that's doing collections. Like I said, we're in the midst of recruiting another collection officer, and we're also recruiting for the loan services manager that was recently vacated. So hopefully those positions will be filled soon.
And the other thing too, Lawrence, is the lenders are real key too.
Yeah.
And I was kind of wondering this Cardinal Financial company, where are they out of,
I don't know what state
They
that.
made some huge loans, over 700,000. And so that's a concern too, you know, they make their fees off these loans and then they minimal service. And if there's a delinquency, they let it accrue and then, you know, they don't inform us in a timely fashion. So by the time they let us know, well, it's a guarantee and we gotta, you know, pay them off, then, you know, it's almost like, you know, kind of impossible situation to resolve. So that's why I wanna, and we're trying to focus on more local lenders that actually live here and, you know, they have a commitment to trying to work with our homesteaders versus these guys on the mainland, which they don't have any vested interest and no connection.
Yeah.
So I'm a little concerned that especially these huge loans we're issuing out to these mainland guys, I want to make sure we kind of monitor that and minimize that, actually. I prefer. Let's kind of take a look at that. Anyway, anything else? Any other
I have a
questions?
couple questions. So, just to echo what Commissioner Losua said, I mean, it is very concerning when you're looking at a percentage rate of like 67 or 68% of delinquencies being more than 180 days. So I'm trying to understand, because I'm hearing staffing, right? Some staffing issues, perhaps, and some of these mortgages, I'm not sure how it works, but in traditional real estate, some of them would be immediately sold on the secondary market. Does that happen with the
And thank you for that question. As Chairman mentioned, just briefly, there are loans out there, primarily FHA loans, but we do have VA that are granted by lenders, not only within the state of Hawaii, but outside of the state. Those loans are serviced by those lenders. And because it's a insurance program under HUD, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, that loan is serviced by the lender, and when that loan becomes delinquent, and most of them are very seriously delinquent by the time they're assigned to us, because the lender does not have the ability to foreclose in lieu of foreclosing through the insurance program, a claim by the lender is filed with HUD. If it's approved, that loan is then assigned to HUD, which then is subsequently assigned to us. So that just adds to the delinquency. That is more than likely way beyond 180 days. And it's that difficult process timely process of talking with the beneficiaries and trying to work with them to bring them to a level of an agreeable repayment plan. But that amount is so high, it'll take a while, right? So, and that's why one of the proposals that we're considering is those cases that under decision and order that may be under a repayment plan, they may have been in complying with that repayment plan, but we're hopeful to reduce that repayment of 12 months to a shorter date, shorter timeline, 6 months possibly, so that we can take them out of the 180-day column.
Yeah, because I think that many times when a mortgage is sold on the secondary market, the end user, which in this case would be a beneficiary, they're not even notified that their mortgage has been sold. You know, because you continue paying your mortgage to your company and statements come branded as such as you signed for, but you have no idea that your mortgage has been sold. So the reason why I'm asking is because I'm trying to understand this. That's a huge percentage of total delinquencies being so delinquent. Is there something minus staffing that can be done to help our beneficiaries to not even get there, but I don't know how, many of these are not even brick and mortar. So even if there was a branch and Hawaii, they're not a building that you can walk into. They would be a phone number that you would call. So would it be worth looking into from that angle of these loan servicers and how they're contributing really to delinquencies because of gaps in the system of how this works? And we actually have Chanel Josiah from Hawaii Community Lending sitting right here in the audience. So if they're one of the, organizations that can help, I think maybe looking at it kind of macro could really benefit our beneficiaries.
No, I agree. And one of the defects, again, lack of a better word, when the FHA program was implemented, when a delinquent loan is assigned to the department, rightfully, for the program to work properly because of the insurance monies that are deposited, that loan, that lease should actually be canceled immediately. But, we want to work with the lessees. We want to work with the borrowers to avoid that. But the other side of that coin is we don't pay it off, that insurance fund continues to decrease, which requires us to then take trust monies and replenish those insurance funds that have been lacking because of these loans that have been reassigned to us. But when the program was implemented, that was, again, the process in order for the program to work. But again, it's not easy to displace individuals, and that's where the process unfortunately has to take place, with working with the beneficiaries to try and get that loan to be paid, or at least establish that repayment plan acceptable to keep them in the house.
And then my second question is, are you able to meet with Salesforce once a month, like enforcement is doing, or?
We are,
to work those-
yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you have the support available to you to
Yes.
kind of work through these.
Yeah, and the biggest slowdown is the financial piece. The migration of our system and making certain that migration is 100%. We're carrying currently the two systems, the old system and this proposed new system. And we're making certain before we totally migrate and eliminate our Apex system, we want to make certain that the numbers match balances, the interest, the principal reduction, all of that has to match. And we're working closely with PackPoint on getting that done.
But issuing notices and all of those pre-populated communications to our beneficiaries.
That
is
is, we had
part-
worked into Salesforce, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for all you do. I know it's super complex and I have a lot of financial questions, but I think eventually you'll get there. It's just having that support.
Thank you
to
for
be
that
able to
assurance. And
assist.
again, thank you for the questions. I'm glad I'm able to respond to them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Juan. Okay, the next item on the agenda, E7, for information only, the modular construction in Hawaii. Oh, you guys are back, all right. All right. Thank you.
Aloha, Chair Watson and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kalani Frond, Acting Administrator with the Land Development Division. Along with me is Project Manager and Elijah Davidson. He's going to go into detail in sharing submittal E7, which is for your information only.
So, aloha, Commissioners. Aloha, Chair. Hello. Aloha. Okay, so I'll be presenting item E7 for today's informational. First off, next slide, please. And so, as many of us know, working at the department and just living in Hawaii in general, we're facing a huge housing crisis. And that's the problem with affordability. And specifically for us, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, we're dealing with beneficiaries who are sometimes not able to afford certain homes that we're offering. Next slide, please. So I wanted to showcase some statistics regarding the affordability of housing in Hawaii. For DHL, we pay for infrastructure and the beneficiaries get a 100-year lease on the land and only have to pay for the vertical construction. But even with the land being free and the infrastructure being taken care of by DHL, many of our beneficiaries are still getting bypassed because of how unaffordable housing is here in Hawaii. For example, we just had a lot selection for Kulukai 2C, and the cost per square foot is coming out to $550 to $600 a square foot, or $600,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home. Next slide, please. And of course, as many of us know, many Hawaiians are having to move out of Hawaii due to the unaffordability crisis. Over 50% of Hawaiians now live on the continent, and 28% of homeless in Hawaii are Native Hawaiians. This creates an urgency to get Native Hawaiians into homes that are affordable and built now. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned earlier, DHL has a large wait list of over 29,000 Native Hawaiians. We are issuing over 6,000 leases where we have an obligation to fulfill. With our current construction output, our construction timelines for traditional stick-built homes do not meet DHL needs. The cost is high for our people. We have a labor shortage here in the islands. The building code is complex and lengthy, and we have difficulty meeting large-scale housing demands. The result is that our homes are unaffordable, and there's an excessive wait time and our wait list continues to grow, and we have an average wait list age of 60 years. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the past year, we have looked into many different construction methods to address the affordable housing crisis that we're facing. We have taken a look at 3D printed homes, on-site fabrication, structurally insulated panels, and modular foundation systems. The purpose of this exploration is to address challenges in housing delivery, reduce construction time, enhance building quality, and maximize the use of local labor and resources. The ultimate goal is to accelerate home development and improve long-term housing outcomes across DHL programs. Next slide, please. So after extensive investigation, we have found that modular construction can improve our build times. It can lower our construction costs, create safer work environments, support local jobs in the industry, and improve quality and consistency. It is also environmentally sustainable with less material waste, and there are fewer delays for weather, labor, and supply chain issues. Next slide, please. So I had mentioned earlier about Kulukai 2C and the prices that we are facing. So taking a look at this comparison chart, the pricing between standard construction and modular construction using a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home as an example. The traditionally built structure on the left is based on our homes we gave out in Kulukai 2C. It is costing our beneficiaries over $600,000 for a 1,100 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, which comes out to roughly $550 a square foot. Compared to our latest pricing that we've been taking a look at using modular construction, we're saving a significant amount for our beneficiaries, reaching a price point of $436,000 for a 1,600 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, which comes out to about $273 a square foot. Very significant. Next slide, please. So one of the modular companies that we're taking a look at, and we've investigated into quite a few companies. We have companies reaching out to us all across the world, from China, Korea, from the continent. And after investigations, we've identified Fading West as the most viable. That is for the reason that they continue to use a mix of manual labor and technologies to support our local workers in Hawaii. They do not measure because all components are pre-cut. They use softwares to track the progress of each house, down to a family can log into an app and check where their home is being, or at what point their home is being built and what is the progress of it. they use air casters, kind of like hockey pucks where it just floats and they pick up the house and they move it. And so I actually was just visiting their factory recently and I got to see this and it literally took them to move like a 1,200 square foot home a matter of 30 seconds, which was incredible to me when I saw that. And in addition, they have 20 inline assembly stations and they can produce 40 to 50 frames a month. Next slide, please. So here's a couple pictures of the exterior design. While we were doing our investigation, we also took into account the idea that our families do not want to be shoved into a Matson container. They don't want to be shoved into these small tofu blocks or with low ceilings. And we took that into account looking into what is the style of the structures that we can do here. And when looking into Fading West, they are using regular stick built, essentially just building the homes that we would build out in our site, but just within a factory, a covered area where we can work 24 hours around the clock, not have to worry about weather conditions and so on and so forth. And so, yeah, we really want to focus on the exterior design as well. And the reason being too is because our families are going to live in this for 100 years, and we even with an option to extend an additional 100 years. Next slide, please. So here we are taking a look at the interior design of the homes. These homes are being designed using stick construction and can be expandable. So if our beneficiaries want to open up a wall and expand an additional bedroom and bathroom, we'll have pre-permitted plans so they can do it on their own. And so that's really important because a lot of our beneficiaries are within the trades. They're part of the carpenters unions and different unions. And they have aunties and uncles that can come here and can open up the wall and expand it because it's just a regular stick built home. It's not aluminum siding. It's not some foreign material. So that's another benefit of using or looking at using modular construction. Next slide, please. So the benefits of modular construction really comes down to the efficiency, affordability, and quality, as well as supporting our local workforce by employing union workers and supporting local. Next slide, please. Now, taking a look into the future, the possibility of building a factory to fulfill or fully construct homes here in Hawaii with local workers, a modular factory would create jobs, keep economic benefits in the community, support local businesses, create economic growth that will increase demand, and build our projects faster, which will create more work for our people. Next slide, please. And once again, a factory would create faster build times, lower construction costs, create safer work environments, support local jobs in the industry, improve quality and consistency of our homes, and it is environmentally sustainable and will also create fewer delays from weather, labor, and supply chain issues. Next slide, please. So here we're just taking a look at some of the on-site work necessary if we do order homes. Currently, that is without a full factory built out yet. With that said, I would like to introduce Charlie Chuck, who is the CEO, and Eric Schaefer, who is the Chief Development Officer from Fading West.
I think they should. Okay.
Yeah, if you can bring the slides back up. Maybe just bring it to the exterior design. So there's 5 slides in the papers that you have now. I think it's up there, but they'll be presenting on 5 slides that they have here.
Hi, my name is Charlie Chupp. I'm the CEO of Fading West. And Fading West was started about 10 years ago with the mission and purpose of creating affordable housing, specifically in the Rocky Mountains, where we're from. Since then, we've expanded to build around the Western United States, and we've done projects in Hawaii. And what we've looked at is how do you bring the efficiencies of manufacturing into the construction space? And so how do we eliminate waste through this whole process and deliver a great product to a home buyer? And we've built over 1,000 homes now, and this partnership with DHHL is in line with our mission and what we exist for and what we're passionate about.
Afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Again, I'm Eric Schaefer with Fading West. I will share a personal story from 2002 until 2018. Every other summer, I would bring groups to Molokai to work there on the fish ponds, run summer camps with some of the churches that we made friends with through the years. And then some of the pastors would also bring names of folks in their congregations, and we do house repairs and restoration. So many wonderful memories from Molokai, and the hope would be someday to bring some of our modular homes to Molokai as well as the other islands. Really, our purpose is, and we came into existence about 5 years ago. There's nowhere to live affordably, and it's not just a problem in Hawaii. It's just not a problem in the West. It's really throughout our entire country. And if you look at construction, every other business in the entire country gets better and better through technology, except for construction. We're building houses the same way we did 50, 60, 70 years ago. And so we tried to look at this through a different lens, and we said, why don't we take all the incredible stuff that, let's say, like a Toyota car factory has done, and bring manufacturing to housing rather than just building them the way they've been done for many, many years. So that's part of our innovation. Charlie will talk more about that in just a minute. And second is, you've heard from Elijah's talk and from your own experience, you need partnerships to make this work, right? We can't just build houses and magically they all get set and everybody's happy. You need local governments, you need the state government, you need federal government, and you need nonprofit. So public, private, philanthropic partnerships to make anything happen. And again, it's not just Hawaii, it's throughout the entire West. So that has really been our journey, and that has led us to DHHL, and we'll talk a little bit about our FEMA project in Maui as well in a few minutes. But that's a little bit about who we are.
And so as we think about our mission and how do we make this practical, we think about first the lowest possible cost with the highest quality that we can deliver. And that's number one. We have to get people into housing. Second is we have extraordinary capacity in our factory. We have about 110,000 square feet. We can build up to 40,000 square feet a month of housing. We also have quicker build times. Once they are delivered here, it takes between 4 and 8 weeks to set the module, connect them, to turn on all the utilities and turn it over to the home buyer. We work closely with local partners. Local general contractors and subcontractors are a critical part of our success as well. Really, we also think about highest quality. So if you walk through our homes, we use solid surface materials on countertops, soft closed doors on cabinetry, and we standardize all of that. So we bring high quality standard products across these living spaces. And the last thing we think about a lot is architecturally interesting, and that they're built to match and coordinate with local architecture. And all of our exteriors are designed specifically for the areas they're going into. They're very flexible, and we think about architectural interest as well. We want people to be excited about the homes they live in and proud of them, as proud as we are building them.
We know that we've touched a nerve in this idea. A couple of years ago, we were in Time Magazine's most 100 influential companies. And then the next year, we won Manufacturer of the Year award for the state of Colorado. And then last year, we won the National Association of Home Builders Manufacturer of the Year, which is building throughout the entire country. So I can't say that we're smarter than everyone else, but we clearly have stumbled onto something that makes a whole lot of sense to a whole lot of people.
And if you're following along here, what we think about is traditional construction. You have everything is in sequence, right? So everything is linear. You do the foundations, and then you can do your framing, and then you can do your plumbing and electrical, and everything is sequential. And so that's why you have these pretty extraordinarily long lead times. When you go to offsite construction, you do get with any offsite construction, you get pretty significant impact on speed, just because you can build the homes at the same time you're doing all of the infrastructure at the site. So you're building the homes in a protected environment while you're doing your site work, and then those things match up, and you're able to cut off, 20 to 30% of your time with any modular offsite construction. What we look at is when we developed Fading West was, okay, how do we bring all of the efficiencies of manufacturing? And we talked about this. I spent 20 years in manufacturing before starting Fading West, and studied Toyota production systems and got to go to Japan and study. And so as we think about it, we think about everything we can do to eliminate waste through this whole process. And typically what we see is between a 40 and 50% reduction in the time to get a home finished than compared to traditional construction.
So about a year and a half ago, we pitched to FEMA this idea that with the line of disaster relief, and those of you who are old enough to remember the Katrina cottages and how horrible they were, and really almost inhumane, right? People who have post-traumatic stress are living in boxes that have mildew, and it was just horrible. So we pitched to FEMA, why don't we build 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes that are actually built to the Maui code? You actually almost overbuild them. These homes will last 50 years. And give some dignity to the people, make it a design that feels like home, that feels like it's somewhere that someone would want to live. And FEMA bought it, and they asked us to build 109 homes. It really is a remarkable story. We built 40 homes in a month, so just about a year ago now. We built them in September and October. We shipped them in November, and then families moved in last December. So the speed is incredible. And again, these homes now, even though they're built for temporary housing, can be moved to permanent foundations at different parts of the island. If you've been by the FEMA homes, you know the ones that are very colorful. The ones we'd be designing for DHHL would look very different than those. But again, it's just this idea that proof of concept that within 4 months we were able to do this in a very short period of time. I would say the last thing for me, and then I'll let Charlie finish, is one of the things that we said from the beginning is we're only going to build homes that we ourselves would want to live in. And so the architectural design, the interiors, we had Elijah stay in one the last time he came out to see us. These are fabulously built homes and good looking homes. So kind of displacing that idea of what a modular home, some ideas of what they're like. These are fabulous homes, and actually better built than the home that I live in now.
And so this partnership with DHHL is completely in line with our mission. It's why we created Fading West, to be efficient, to drive out cost, and to get people into homes. And so very excited to be able to be a part of this initiative and serve the beneficiaries.
Maybe you can talk about the pilot project. Is that happening?
Yes. So we're moving forward on a pilot project for Department of Homelands. We have numerous scattered lots throughout the state, right? And even taking a look here on Oahu, we have a number of vacant scattered lots that need to be built upon. A lot of these scattered lots were given out, came back into our inventory because they couldn't build. And so 20 of the scattered lots are going to be designated for a pilot project to show a proof of concept, to bring in people and show them that, this is not some Matson container, it's a stick-built home just within a factory. And to be honest, it's going to be better quality because you are in a controlled setting. And so it'll be 20 homes. They're going to be a mix of 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom homes. 15 of the 20 homes will be with Habitat for Humanity, and then 5 of which will be with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands directly.
Is it going to be the white box approach with?
Yeah, so the way that this is shipped, and Michael, I'm sorry, could you go back a couple of slides to the factory? Maybe just one slide. So if you can see in one of the bottom left picture, you're seeing kind of what Chair had mentioned is a white box. And this is how they are shipped. This is how it was shipped to Maui. So it's proven that this works. And from my understanding of the 100 homes, nothing was damaged. And so this is how the pilot project is going to be shipped. Their factory is in Buena Vista, Colorado. But overall, the idea and the long-term outlook is to have a factory here to empower our local workforce. So these 20 homes that we're going to be building for this pilot project for a proof of concept is going to ship in something that looks like that.
What about some of the other organizations that will be working on the other two, Jones Group and who's the third group? The Homeland-
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So we've been having, or we've all been having conversations with other groups and even outside of Hawaiian Homeland, you have been speaking with people like Hakeem from the public housing. They're very interested in this because they have a huge number of homes they have to fulfill. They've been talking with June from the governor's office, who's been doing the Kauhale initiative, as well as Kimo from Homemade, who has been doing the Clay Ola project to help out the Lahaina victims, as well as
Also Joe Campos, some more disaster relief in Maui. So we are working closely and having meetings the next few days with all of them for other projects.
Okay, and then what's after the pilot project, what's possible approach after that?
yeah, so the idea, we're taking a look at how much it would cost for a factory, right? And looking at what they've built out in Buena Vista, it costs them about $60 million to build a 110,000 square foot factory. And for us being in Hawaii and in current, costs nowadays, that would look more closer to like 100 million. And the issue with that is a lot of money to put up front for this project. So we've taken a look at a different approach, taking a look at I don't know if you guys have ever seen, it's a sprung structures. And sprung structures is these huge temporary white tents. And to be honest, you look at these tents that are being built and they've been here for actually 100 years. You'll see them at Anchor Church. They're using it for their services. You'll see them out with the military. And even Pasha has been using these white tents for the past, ever since the Iraq War. And so we're looking at this approach, and for a sprung structure to start a temporary factory now and start delivering homes now, it would take $2.5 million just for the sprung structure, which does not include the foundation and any other accompanying extras for the construction of the build.
Yeah, and one of the things that is really conducive to this approach is these multi-units, like townhouses, that were actually in Waiola or Kauai, Waipauli. We have in the Ulokahai project, the 2A as well as LDA 3 lots adjacent to the 700 we're doing. And so one of the things, again, we want to get a little bit more innovative and address over 11,000 we have on the wait list. So doing multi-units, multi-story is really something we have to seriously take a look at. This particular modular approach where you can stack the units is really kind of like a no-brainer. You guys have done some on the mainland. Maybe you guys can talk about that a little bit, and how's the success been on that?
So we build, everything we build is under the International Residential Code or the International Building Code. So International Residential Code is single family. International Building Code is for all apartments, condominiums. And so we are approved to build both of those. Probably half of what we do is in each category. So about half of our output is single family homes, half is multifamily, typically 3-story walk-up apartments. We do a ton of those and a lot of 5-plexes where you'll have a number of units pushed together, but it's very flexible. You can build just about anything.
Yeah, and we have sites adjacent to the golf courses that be real conducive to do a couple duplexes and just a variety of approaches. We need to get innovative. We need to get more density, and that's the only way especially when you consider in our inventory, we only have about 4% of our lands here on this island, where we have over 11,000 on the wait list. So getting more density it's not a question of whether we can do it, but we have to do it. And so if we get this modular approach going, I think it's going to really ramp it up. Now, this is not being done totally independently of the unions. We've been having meetings with them, you know, Riley, excuse me, Elijah has been doing a really good job, and I believe, were you guys in on some of these presentations? Yeah, so, one of the things, and let's be, realistic, I mean, this is a union state, so, we are working with those guys, but if you look at what, Elijah presented, there's a lot of additional work other than just in the modular, factories that require unions. And in talking to the union, especially the carpenters, they're not opposed to the other unions participating on the site work. So, but they do, in a very, I think, they're kind of coming around, and they recognize that the volume of production we need, it needs to change because they have a limited workforce. And so it's a ongoing process, and so we're going to do a pilot project, see how that flies, and maybe next term we'll build the factory. And I'm not sure, but these guys have been really supportive. And I tell you, they really have a very impressive factory on the mainland, and the technology they have in it is just with all the different stations and the laser, and you know, it's pretty impressive. So we're looking to work with you guys.
Thank you, Chair. It takes about 7 days remarkably start to finish in the factory to build one house. So that's what you need to build, get affordability.
Yeah. Any questions, commissioners?
I do. Two questions. One is, what is the timing on this pilot project?
So we're looking at a completion date of summer of 2026 or late 2026. So it's ambitious, but seeing how fast they built the FEMA project, they built it 100 homes in 4 months.
Okay, second question has to do with, thank you so much for your presentation, is the sensitivity to your audience. So your audience is Hawaiian. Your audience is accustomed to a Hawaiian lifestyle. Have you taken the time to understand that we are a multi-generational people, the average age of our waitlister, the sensitivities to ADA compliance and such? Is that part, or do you have these cookie cutter plans that you just choose from?
So I'd like to comment on that. So we've actually been working on the standard model for the department, and the idea was to have this model being used throughout the state. And so we can have it pre-permitted and even the option to expand off of this. So when we're working on these standard models, we took into account like Gentry's models or Mark Development's models or even Everett Dowling's models. And literally, I sent over some of the plans directly to them and say, we need to make this look like Hawaii. We cannot be seeing those tall pitched roofs from Colorado. And so that's what we appreciated too, working with Fading West, is the flexibility. They're using regular stick construction. They can make it however we want it. And I said, we need a garage because our families like to party, right? And so even taking a look at lanais and passive cooling systems and so on and so forth. So
Yeah, and I appreciate your question, and we've been working closely with Bowers and Kubota, who actually designed these. So again, we are deferring to folks that maybe have a little bit more experience here and an understanding. And then, do you want to add anything to that, Charlie?
It's definitely been a partnership between understanding the local needs for the designs of the homes, the layouts for ADA, elderly, aging in place, multi-generational. So thinking about how do we expand these as families change. And so really this communication back and forth has been, what's the best product for the beneficiaries, and then how are we bringing the efficiency and manufacturability to that? So we work back and forth very, very well over the last 10 months, probably. So, but very important.
Yeah, I think one of the nice things about the models that they've developed is they are expandable. You know, you can start off maybe for a young couple, then you want to add bedrooms, and it's built where you just kind of take out the wall and you stick on to another module. And then even if you want to go up, you can stack on top. And so it's even with the ADU, you know, you can make it a separate unit but attached or standalone. So it's, you know, a very flexible model to address the type of waitlisters we have. So, and that's the whole idea, is to make it expandable and maybe, which is may be dictated by the financial capacity of the recipient. So that's something that, you know, we're dealing with in most cases, a very challenged waiting list. And so if we got to start off at the slower and lower cost model, we do that and then expand from that. So any other questions? If not, okay, well, we thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And item E7, as you've seen, it really speaks well to our new approach of being able to build based upon what our beneficiaries can afford with the opportunity to expand. E8 is just a submittal that was intended for informational purposes and was a supplement to expand and amplify what was approved today by the board as submittal E6. Also provided for you will be a list of the developers, and basically understand that this is for informational purposes. In subsequent commission meetings, we'll provide more details to the spend that we have on a quarterly basis, so you understand, and we can provide the commission an understanding of how we are managing our development and maintenance projects. I believe I have a presentation. Did I send it? Yes, it's in the. E8. I believe it's in your packet, so I can go through those. On slide 4, there is it talks about the lot development projects for Oahu, and it also highlighted for you the correction that was made in submittal E6, which deletes the 24 million on the Oahu land acquisition line. And then if you move over to slide 5, it just gives you a list of the Maui County lot development projects. This is everything on the 3 islands, so the projects that are in the 3 islands. And it also highlights the area that confirms that 93 million was encumbered for Waihu Mauka acquisition and development. As you move over to slide 6, it talks about the Hawaii County lot development projects, and then the correction to Act 279, which had erroneously placed 22 million in there for Paloma Nui mixed use subdivision. So that was removed. It also gives you the projects for all of Hawaii Island. On slide 7, it provides you all of the lot development projects for Kauai County, and then also the correction to the Hanapepe item. Slide 8 is just summarizes Purpose 1, also known as Part A under the Nelson case format. We have about 100% of Act 279 funds encumbered by end of quarter 2, which is December 31st, 2025. We also anticipate encumbering approximately 50% of the trust funds column by that same date. As of today, we have spent approximately 120 million of Act 279 toward delivering homesteads statewide. So once again, as stated in submittal E6, these corrections combined with our project progress, it ensures accurate tracking and full compliance with Act 279 commitments. Now, slides 9 through 10 is just kind of gives you high level on repair and maintenance budget. It's called Part B, also known as Purpose 4, and the Nelson Case Framework. And includes district office renovations, roadway channelizations, sewer improvements, general infrastructure repairs in existing homestead communities. And these repairs are essential to maintaining safety, functionality, long-term reliability of our homestead infrastructure. It also supports the work that helps uplift conditions in aging communities while preparing many of them for future upgrades, eventual jurisdictional transfer to the various counties that they're located in. So we really want to upgrade those areas, whether it's the roadways or sewer systems, et cetera, so we can turn that over to the various municipalities. Slide 12 kind of gives a very high level statewide overview of our lot development projects, combine all islands and project phases, planning, design, and construction. In 13 through 20, it just highlights the different developers that we're working with. We have a number of them. I want to highlight a couple of them that we're working with and some of the strides that are happening there. On the island of Lanai, we are working with Ikaika Ohana. Sorry, there's so many. Just can't remember what project we're working. Ikaika Ohana, and what's key about this is we've utilized the emergency proclamation to contract them directly, and the reason for that is because they've been selected by the county of Maui to work on that affordable housing project. And as you know, resources on Lanai are very limited, so it really was key for us to move forward quickly. The county has been very helpful in moving that. And I want to say mahalo to County Council, Mayor and his staff, and all of those that have really come to bring this to fruition. We've also, I wanted to also highlight another one, and that was Dowling Companies. He's been learning through the process, as we've heard last month on J Agenda, some concerns that have come about from a lessee that had just received the house there. And he heard that and, shared with them the 1-year warranty that they have. And what he's put into play was, you've heard us share about the use of Salesforce and how important it is. He's taken that to another level and really has put together a QR code that's placed on all of their electrical boxes. So in the event that something comes up that then needs to be addressed, they go onto that QR code, it triggers automatically a ticket into Salesforce, and it pings the general contractor to identify what these concerns are. And the project managers are then tracking the progress of these to completion. So it just highlights the value of Salesforce and why it's so important for the department to move into that area and that space, and how we're incorporating it even in the development phases of our department. With that, I just want to say on slide 21, it just kind of covers repairs and maintenance, gives a picture of what we're doing. And you've seen the example last month, the Paukukalo Community Center. That was one of our projects that we've been working on. And it's these types of projects that you'll see in the repairs and maintenance category, also known as Purpose 4 budget. And then, of course, a huge item that we've been working along with the planning office is the sewer connection upgrades. This is really important for us as we move forward to the 2050 compliance with EPA, Department of Health, et cetera, on bringing all of these up to compliance. And so there really is a big push on us doing our part, as well as providing resources for our lessees to be able to do their part based upon the lease agreement. And of course, everything comes at a cost. So we are working actively with various agencies to find different types of funding that can be available, putting it into a revolving loan fund, and being able to work with organizations and partnering with organizations with like Hawaii Community Lending, who who have already placed that into some of their loan products, where they're looking at rehabs of some of our existing lessees' houses, aging houses, and also putting that to be able to address the conversion of these cesspools to bring it up to compliance. So with that, I just wanted to say that this is more for information purposes. We'll be in the months to come, we'll provide more details and the numbers and line items of our budget for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Colin. Next item. G1, information, draft environmental assessment for the North Kona Wells project. Elia. Long day.
Long day for you folks. Mahalo. Hey, aloha everyone. Lily Makaila, for the record, Acting Planning Program Manager here with item G1. This is a draft environmental assessment for lands that we're looking to acquire and lands that we'll be doing some work on in Kona, Hawaii. Next slide. Briefly covering the commission's role today. So we won't be asking you folks to take any action today. Today is making sure that we're bringing forward the draft for you folks to take a look at, all 500 plus pages of it. It will also be published in the environmental notice, the November 23rd issue, which will have a 30-day public comment period as well. It will be you folks' responsibility to help us in making that determination once we bring this item back to you folks. I anticipate that being in January of this year, since we have to make sure that we complete that 30-day comment period before we come back to you folks. And then as staff, we review the environmental assessment to make sure that it meets the standard of compliance for HRS Chapter 343. In addition, because water is such a sensitive issue in the Kona region, we have also worked on a Kapa'akai framework analysis that's very robust. The first time we brought that to the commission was earlier this year, in January of this year, with the draft. So I'll be talking about that in a little bit more detail. Next slide. For the project background, the department currently has a little over 1,400 acres in the Kona region of Hawaii Island. After the construction of Village 4, we will have exhausted all of our water credits in that area. One of our other divisions has thankfully been able to work out an advanced water credit agreement with the County of Hawaii Department of Water Supply. However, that is contingent on our plans to move forward with adding both capacity and infrastructure to the Kona region to support our water needs. On this map, the area that you see with all the green parcels, that's DHHL's land holdings in Kona. The blue area, bright blue area that you see down below, that's the Gianulius parcel in Waiaha or Holualoa, which was recently acquired by the department, 127 acres to include area for water source development. And then the purple area that you see down below is in Keaho. It is the KS well site, and that's what this draft environmental assessment will be referring to. Now, the gray shaded area, those are the areas of concern surrounding the national park area. So Kalokohonokohau. We have seen a trend that water source development, especially groundwater source development, does have impacts on nearshore and coastal marine areas. In that area, we have our very sensitive and very special ancholine ponds. And so we have to make sure that water source development does not harm those particular spaces. For that reason, the directive that we received as a department when it looks for water source development to build up the capacity in the Kona region is to look outside of that area of focus. Now, unfortunately, you can see most of our lands are located within that area. That's where our La'iopua homestead is located. And so for that reason, we started to look in different areas. And that's how we identified both the formerly known Gianulius site or Waiaha parcel, as well as this site here for Kamehameha Schools. Next slide. This proposed action, now these are actually two separate maps. The one that you see to the left is, sorry, it looks like a little bit of gobbledygook, but I promise it is a real map. And on the left-hand side, it shows access to a KS well site. So Kamehameha Schools had a lot more robust development plans in the Keauhou area, especially for their Makai lands. They were looking at doing some pretty intensive development along the shoreline, and that included water source development. Now, they entered into some water agreements with County Department of Water Supply, and this was some generations ago. Now, not all of those resort plans came to fruition. Not all of those developments came to fruition. And so there were some kind of outstanding agreements as a part of that water agreement, and also some unneeded capacity. So where DHHL has entered into this is we really looked at how can we have somewhat of a partnership or collaboration between the three entities, between Department of Hawaiian Homelands, Kamehameha Schools, as well as County DWS. Now, DHHL, our stake is very clear. We have thousands of homesteads that we need to develop in the Kona region, and water is the critical element for that. County of Hawaii Department of Water Supply, they have some outstanding components of that older water agreement with Kamehameha Schools. And they're looking at having some of that infrastructure come to fruition that hadn't, that had been promised but hadn't been realized. And Kamehameha Schools had shifted direction. Their plans for development and utilization of their land assets in the 1980s was very different from their plans today. And so they have some pieces that needed to be reconciled. And so entered Department of Hawaiian Homelands. We have been working on this agreement since before my time with the department, since 2018, actually, working through all of the details and the land acquisition. Now, I mentioned previously, we have already acquired the other parcel, which was privately owned. We're in the process of acquiring the parcel that's shown here. So that parcel actually has a well built on it. The well was not put into production. The transmission lines do not connect to the existing county system. So it's incomplete, but it's a lot better than just an open site. And that's an opportunity for the department to kind of take on that infrastructure, take on that site, and be able to be that much closer to water source development in this area. Next slide. Part of that proposed action includes, we need to do storage tanks, we need to do transmission lines, we need to do groundwater wells. Typically, when you put in a well, you're not just going to put in one at that site, you're going to put in two so that you always have a backup well. And so we're looking at what's being called the KS well site. And then we're looking at an additional piece that's called the Kahalu'u tank site. Now, the Kahalu'u tank site doesn't have a land acquisition piece to it. That is our agreement to help with Hawaii County in building up that infrastructure needed to be able to provide the capacity that we desperately need in Kealakekee. Next slide. This is the Kahalu'u tank site. There are existing tanks there. They are just in need of some malama. They need to be rebuilt. They need to be resized. And that is a part of this project. So all of those proposed actions are what's captured in this draft environmental assessment. It looks at potential impacts both to the environment as well as cultural and traditional practices and what we can do to mitigate those potential impacts. Next slide. This is a list of the 13 significance criteria. So just a reminder to you folks, part of this determination looks at these are the 13 major significance criteria that need to be contemplated in order to fully understand what potential impacts could come from this proposed action and how best we mitigate those potential impacts. Next slide. I have gone pretty in depth, and again, Kona water source development is very sensitive. And for that reason, this is a much longer presentation than I would normally do for a draft environmental assessment. And that is to kind of honor the sensitivity of this location. I won't go through all of the details, but we have basically highlighted the important mitigation measures that we're looking at. So regarding this particular area, I'd like to call out the hydrologic resources. And so part of the mitigation measures for this area, we look at potential for erosion, potential for impacts to existing waterways, and making sure that we're kind of following through with the letters of the law and best management practices to kind of mitigate those potential impacts and make them as small as possible. Next slide. I did want to call out some of the archaeological and historic properties. Now, these are not necessarily specific to the sites there that we are acquiring, right? Those parcels are very, very small. And the area where the Kahaluu tank site is, most of these archaeological and historical properties or sites are not located on those parcels. So you may ask, why are they included in this environmental assessment? In the environmental assessment, we're looking at archaeological and historic properties in the vicinity of the project area. And so we took a very wide lens and we tried to include that as many of them as possible, even though they're not actually going to be within the little red lines of the parcels that we'll be doing work on. Next slide. As we go through the significance criteria, what I've done is listed out some of the important components from the Kapa'akai framework analysis. Now, Kapa'akai framework analysis is a 3-step framework to analyze potential impacts to traditional and customary practices as well as native rights, all captured within Article 12, Section 7 of the Hawaii State Constitution. Now, the first component of the Kapa'akai framework analysis is what's there. What do we know that's there? And that's what we have captured here in this slide. The various traditional practices, ongoing practices, and native rights. Next slide. The next part that we look at is what could possibly happen from these proposed developments. Now, it's not so much the actual construction of the well site or the remodeling of the tank site, but it has to do with the harvesting of water in one particular ahupua'a and transmission to other ahupua'a. Those types of movements of water, larger volumes of water, need to be done very thoughtfully and with sensitivity. And that's what we have looked at with this Kapa'akai framework analysis. How can we ensure that we're protecting the existing surface water, streams, and other practices that are ongoing today and that may be needed in order to restore historic or significant sites that will hopefully be restored in our future. Next slide. And lastly, we look at what are we going to do to make sure that our proposed action doesn't have long-lasting harmful effects. And these are all of the guidelines that we've come up with. Next slide, I think it continues. Yes, it continues on. And all of these came from the participants in our consultation. We're very, very lucky that a lot of cultural and lineal descendants, as well as native practitioners from between Keho to the south and Kaloko to the north did participate in the Kapa'akai framework analysis and were kind enough to give us a lot of guidance. Next slide. This wraps up most of the potential impacts. The Kapa'akai framework analysis is still in draft format right now, but we will be finalizing it and we will be publishing that report. Next slide. So as far as next steps go, we are bringing this draft EA to you folks, just to put it on your radar. It's being published this month, the November 23rd issue of the environmental notice. A 30-day public comment period will follow, open until December. We'll be incorporating all of the comments that come up. Now, we did a similar draft environmental assessment back in the beginning of this year for the other parcel in Waiaha. We received a handful of comments. None of them were so substantive that it delayed the finalization of the environmental assessment. So if we look at that as a model, that's kind of best case scenario of what we can expect from the publishing of this draft EA. And then we hope to come back to you folks with that revised final version for your consideration and for a determination in January of this coming year. And then beyond that, we're working on finalizing the acquisition. At this stage, we're hoping to finish a letter of intent and put together a PSA, purchase and sales agreement. We'll be coming to you folks to dig into the details of the purchase and sale agreement. We're not quite there yet. One thing that we did learn from that previous acquisition was the timing. It kind of suits it better to knock out some of the environmental compliance because it can be very lengthy because you were very unsure. We don't know how many comments are going to come. You know, the publishing plus the comment period can really drag things out. And so it's much easier for us to put solid timeframes into the purchase and sales agreement if we have already moved forward with a draft environmental assessment. So we're not necessarily finalizing the environmental assessment before we move towards a PSA. We're just trying to find a better fit in the steps and the staging of the land acquisition for water source development. Beyond the compliance, beyond the acquisition, we still have to do things like design and construct, get appropriate permits, make sure that we're getting supported with funding, and kind of actually building out those wells and getting our water to our beneficiaries. So long term, there are a lot more steps to come, but this is where we are right now. Next slide. We do have a project website with some details if anyone wants to check it out. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time. I'm here if you have any questions.
Any question?
I have one.
Okay.
Has there been any preliminary testing on the current well for
That-
water quality?
So the existing well that's there, I believe that it was tested some years ago and it tested really well. I think that it was part of a suite of wells that were constructed by Kamehameha Schools at that time. And so because of its location, it was kind of out of the primary wells that they went with. I think having more wells than you need is something that we haven't experienced as an entity, but hopefully in acquiring this, it will be, something that we can utilize. We do have to do additional testing. The major study that we've done in preparation for actualizing the use of water is a hydraulic study, looking at how can we move this water effectively, what do we need to add into the infrastructure and what other considerations would we need to do? Do we need a booster station, et cetera, et cetera? And so right now we're at the stage where Department of Water Supply and their team is kind of working with our consultants to go over all of the details of the hydraulic study. Once we can progress with that, then we should be able to keep going with the rest of our testing. So I can't recall off the top of my head when the initial testing was done, but there were no concerns that came from that testing.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Any other question? None. Thank you.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, the last one. G2, draft Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan.
Mouthful.
Aloha.
Commissioners.
Aloha again, Commissioners. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. Here with us today is Nancy McPherson to present on the Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan. Mahalo, Nancy.
And Lily's a tough act to follow, but I'll do my best.
This project's very important to the Molokai coastal homestead communities. It's been a long time coming. It's been a long project in the making. And we're to a stage now where we have a review draft for the Hawaiian Homes Commission before we go back out for beneficiary consultation. So this is not the official draft plan. It is how we've gotten so far, where we're at so far. And then we're going to bring it back out to the beneficiaries for a workshop, hopefully in early January. Because we need to finish it up because there's a lot of great priority projects in it that we want to get funding for and start implementing. So, yeah, if you want to go to the next slide. This out here. Okay, we did bring this to you folks in April at the April Molokai Hawaiian Homes Commission meeting. So some of this will be a review, so I'll go through it pretty quickly. We're focusing on nature-based solutions. We're looking at community resilience, including wildfire resilience, and also benefiting ecosystems. And then we're looking at future phases, whether through the NIFWIF program or other funding sources like Act 96 green fees. Next slide. We are developing a framework for these sorts of plans. This is the first of its kind for the department. But we do have policies in the general plan we did this South Molokai Shoreline Erosion Management Plan. We did a special area plan for Malama Park. We are looking at taking all of this information, feeding it into the Molokai Island Plan update, which is coming up early next year. And we are also going to do a disaster and climate risk reduction plan starting next year. Next slide. So our lessees were requesting assistance, starting with former Commissioner Helm in Kalamaula, but also the homesteaders in Kapa'akea and Camilo Lower who were experiencing impacts. And again, we were building on this previous planning work. There was also a UH practicum that was done that looked at vulnerabilities, risks to coastal hazards. So there was a technical analysis done. So we updated all of that information and looked at the community's assets, the hazards and vulnerabilities. We've had multiple meetings and workshops to discuss the issues as they are experiencing them and to explore mitigation options. Then we also were consulting with technical experts, folks representing various agencies on Molokai and large landowners, people who are very knowledgeable of the conditions on the island and what they've been experiencing. Then we went on to the land. We went Mauka and Makai, and that was those were amazing trips because some of the best beneficiaries hadn't been up there ever or in a very long time since they were children, and Commissioner Lasua came along and told us all kinds of amazing stuff, and just looking down from the uplands to the whole coastline just revived memories and traditional knowledge, and and so we tried to collect as much of that as we could. We identified 5 major resiliency goals. And then under those goals, there are 37 total strategies, which would be our implementation actions. Next. So there's a methodology for doing resilience planning. But we wanted to really ground the technical data with the generational knowledge of place, culture, and history. And so we used all of that information to identify the assets. Molokai has a lot of assets, especially social capital, Pilina relationships, community resilience. The community is already very resilient. And we identified the hazards that they're experiencing. A lot of folks talked about the changes they've seen in their lifetimes. Some are 4th generation homesteaders, so they talked about their grandparents and what their grandparents experienced, how things have changed over the generations. And then we looked at determining the risks and prioritizing which issues may be need to be addressed first. Next slide, please. So in our first workshop, we asked, what does resilience mean to you, to the community? And, you know, they brought up a lot of really interesting ideas. Molokai people are strong and tough and resilient. They've had a lot of, you know, ups and downs over the years. So they mentioned ideas like holu, ho'omau, and kupa'a. And so we talked about some of those ideas, and so we're really trying to ground it in the strengths of this community. They know what resilience is because they live it. Next slide, please. So we have Cody Winchester with us from Group 70, and he's going to talk a little bit about the technical analysis. He really came up with some amazing maps. They're a little bit hard to see in your handout, but hopefully you can see it a little better on the screen. So Cody, if you want to take it from here for the next few slides.
Aloha, Commissioners. Thank you, Nancy, for the introduction. You know, from the very first beneficiary consultation meeting, it was clear that the beneficiaries wanted to see a resilience plan that addressed the entire Ahupua'a. So even though this plan is called a coastal resilience plan, it was really developed to address issues ranging from Mauka to Makai. So one important issue that was raised was flooding. And this figure illustrates the hydrology system in the Kalama'ula Ahupua'a. It shows the average monthly rainfall levels. So we know that flooding goes well beyond just the rain occurring near the shoreline, right? Rains collect high up in the mountaintops and are carried down gullies and drainage ways and eventually make their way down to the wetlands and out to the ocean. And if one of those drainage ways becomes filled with debris, it could easily overflow, and all that rainwater from Mauka could threaten the homestead lots below. So we use figures like this throughout the plan to really illustrate the issues that are happening. We know these are complex issues, so if we can show them in as easy forms and visual forms as possible was one of the goals of this plan. Next slide, please. Okay, this shows the same information for the homestead areas of Kapa'akea and Kamilaloa. I'll just mention more about the technical analysis.
Oh, let me interject, Cody, just for a second. That is all one TMK, if you can believe it. It's one TMK, it's 3 Ahupua'a, and that's the big Kaunakakai Gulch going down the left. Sorry.
No, thank you. As Nancy mentioned previously, one of the first steps in our process was to identify the potential hazards that could threaten the homestead communities and their assets that were identified. We had we built on the technical analysis that was done by others before us. So looking at past studies, we conducted a robust GIS analysis. We gathered input from subject matter experts and as well as the lived experience of beneficiaries during consultations. And that analysis identified issues like sea level rise, coastal erosion, tsunami, heavy rainfall, flooding, drought, wildfire, and several others. Okay, next slide, please. So to help inform the potential solutions to address the hazards that were identified, the plan also incorporated traditional ecological knowledge and also information on how the land was managed historically. This figure illustrates socio-ecological zones throughout the Ahupua'a and how people interact with these lands in the past. So this model was built off of a study done by Kavika Winters, which looked at socio-ecological zones. We adapted that to the Molokai Homestead project areas. We really felt it was important to understand how these lands were used historically and how practices from the past could be carried forward in the form of nature-based solutions to provide better stewardship for these lands. Okay, next slide, please. And again, this figure shows the Kapa'akea and Kamilaloa homestead areas with those socio-ecological zones. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I'll hand it back over to you, Nancy.
Okay, thank you. So this is just a summary of all the outreach we've done. And, you know, it's been a while. It's been a couple of years now, and it's been a while since we've been back over there to meet with the beneficiaries. So, you know, we were really trying to fill out all the blanks in the matrix, and which you'll see in a minute, and all of that. But you know, we did try to keep coming back. We had some large workshops, then we broke into smaller groups based on the homestead associations. We did some one-on-one interviews. We had a planning hui, which were the homestead association leaders. And so we just kept trying to adapt the process based on their feedback to improve how, you know, they got to interact with the information and provide their mana'o. So it was a very adaptive and iterative process. And then the second page, next slide, is just more of the same. We did have meetings with technical advisors, county folks, DLNR, folks like that, Deborah Kelly of the NRCS. We did take a huaka'i out to Ohi'apilo wetland, which is on Hawaiian homelands. We were really looking at how can these wetlands and fish ponds work with dealing with stormwater, let's say, you know. And so ultimately what we'd like to do is restore those systems so that they can function as how folks think it was originally intended, to keep the soil off the reef, to keep the water clean and moving out into the ocean without causing problems, to slow it down at Mauka. There were a lot of sweet potato fields at Mauka, Uala, you know, and a lot of those features are still up there, and they just need to be restored so that they could slow down the stormwater. So we're looking at all those kinds of things. Next slide. So these are some photos from our huaka'i. In some places, the roads are pretty good, and in a lot of places, they're really bad. And the problem with that is then they become channels for the stormwater runoff, and they become gullies basically, and they get deeper and deeper and deeper. So one of the mitigation measures that we that our beneficiaries identified have to be first is we need to fix up those roads so they stop doing that. And so that we can also allow for access to do restoration projects at Mauka. Because I mean, it just, all the soil erodes down and you're left with just bare boulders, and you're kind of trying to drive over boulders instead of a road. So next slide. So we have an existing water tank. We've looked at that for an evacuation site. There's beautiful views at Mauka. Some of these areas in the Molokai Island plan have been identified for homesteading, future homesteading. You know, folks just, you know, it gets hot up there, but, you know, and water, of course, is going to be an issue. But, you know, it is really beautiful, and the ways you look down on the coastline and you can see everything. You know, it really stimulated a lot of creative thinking for everybody. Okay, next, some more views. You know, some of these areas are fairly flat, and definitely could be used for homesteading. And then looking down, that photo on the right is looking down at one of the fish ponds that's being restored. And next slide, I'm going to give it back to Cody to talk about these conceptual drawings.
Thank you, Nancy. You know, one of the goals for this plan is for it to be really user-friendly. So these next few figures were developed to summarize what the existing conditions are in the homestead areas, some of those hazards threatening the homestead areas that were identified, and then some of the potential resilience projects that could be deployed, and to show those a bit conceptually. So what you're looking at now is a slice of an ahupua'a that shows some of the existing conditions within that represent that area. Next slide, please. The plan identified a total of 14 key challenges that threaten the homestead areas and the assets that were identified, including natural resources, cultural resources, social resources. Some of these challenges range from evacuation routes being compromised, flooding of homestead areas, invasive species throughout the ahupua'a, from mangroves down at the coast to deer in the Mauka areas, wildfire threat, sediment impacting coral and fish ponds, and several others. But so these are shown conceptually on this rendering here. And I think one thing that's important to show is how many of these are compound vulnerabilities also. So in the previous figure, rainfall not only coming from the Mauka lands, but also from the coast, upwelling from groundwater, overflowing from the gulches. So it's showing how these multiple hazards can compound to impact the homestead areas. Okay, thank you. Next slide. All right, so now shifting to solutions. This slide illustrates conceptually some of the resiliency strategies that were identified and how they could contribute to building resilience throughout the ahupua'a. Some of those depicted include maintaining fire breaks, developing evacuation areas, roadways up to Mauka areas for evacuation, as well as sites for evacuation where people could go, and possibly future locations for resilience hubs or safe houses for folks. Restoration of Mauka areas, improving stream flow, strategies to improve the shoreline. So we wanted to map those out and again, just show conceptually what some of those strategies could look like. Okay, next slide, please. So as Nancy mentioned, the plan identified 5 total resilience goals, each with multiple resilience strategies that could be implemented. So these goals are emergency evacuation and public safety, 2, Mauka restoration, 3, improve waterways and drainage, 4, retrofit or relocate residential hale, and 5, Makai restoration. And these goals and strategies here are color-coded and mapped out on these figures here. So what you're looking at now is the Kalamaula. The next slide is Kapa'akea and Kamilaloa. Excellent. This is Kapa'akea. And the third is Kamilaloa. And these strategies that are listed below correlate to our overall project matrix that was developed along with the beneficiaries. Okay, I'll hand it back to Nancy.
Okay, thank you, Cody. So the matrix, it was a lot of fun. It took our whole planning office to fold all of those matrix pages. So we're looking at a different format for the next iteration of this. When we get the draft plan going, it's probably going to be 11 by 17, the whole thing. But the idea was that we wanted to map out all of these strategies and kind of drill into it to the implementation level, where we're identifying who the responsible entities are, primary and secondary, what the likely timeline is going to be, what some of the funding possibilities and co-benefits are going to be, who might be the main applicant for funding, and then start digging into some more details. So we're going to probably keep fleshing this out until we get to the final. A lot of these involve workforce development, and the idea is also going to be, and this is where the Act 96 green fees might be really, really helpful, is that what we want to do is make funding available for our beneficiaries to do the restoration work on island. So the idea being that this is going to empower our homestead associations and our lessees and their families to help restore and heal their own island. So that's how we're trying to set this up. We have some preliminary cost estimates. Of course, the challenge with being eligible for the green fees is that you have to get pretty detailed and you have to be as sort of shovel ready as possible. So we're still working on all of that, and working out those details. But yeah, so that's still work in progress. We really want to make sure that the matrix has as much information as possible for each project. So we're hoping when we take this back to the beneficiaries that we can continue to fill in some of the areas that need more work. Okay, next slide. We're almost done. So next steps. We're going to be working on producing the actual draft community resilience plan over the next month or so, month or two. And then we're going to bring it back out to the beneficiaries, and hopefully by early January, we want to have a kind of a final workshop on the draft plan. We're going to offer, make it available to them as many ways as possible. We're going to have some hard copies printed. We're going to have it available online to download, and we're going to have hopefully in person and probably also hybrid workshops, probably at Halau, Kulanoivi again. And then we're going to take all that input and feedback that we get this final go around, put it back into the plan, and then bring it to the commission hopefully by February 2026. We're also going to start seeking funding for implementation because we think the timing is right to keep moving forward with these projects. NIFWIF still has funding. Yay. And there might be additional, the green fees and some other sources. We've been, talking to and working with folks like DLNR. DHHL is still not officially a member of the East Molokai Watershed Partnership. So that's something that we actually were requesting funding for. It's like $50,000 a year or something is a contribution. So we'd like to start being more active with those kinds of partnerships, because then that's going to allow us to leverage resources, and also they're going to be providing technical assistance as well. And get all this going, because what we've been hearing is, especially the folks in Kapa'akea, they've had these floods with mud coming down into their yards. They're worried about Kapa'akea Cemetery because that could get impacted and affect them. And they're afraid for themselves and their families, for their health and safety. And, this winter, it's like they want to know that, one, the department can respond in a timely fashion. I was just over there last Wednesday, and the drainage ditches have been cleaned out. So this is really good. So the Kalamahula Homestead Association's been working on clearing away the kiave and all that kind of stuff. But, we need to keep doing more and more to make sure that, those things don't keep happening, because they're just going to get worse if we don't do something, and we need to start doing it now. So, they want to know, okay, keep doing plans, but we want to start working on these projects. We need to start working on our projects. So, we're trying to get this finished up so we can move to that next phase of implementation. And, yep, that's it. And, any questions? Mahalo.
Any questions? Thank you. That was a very good job. Thank you.
Okay.
A lot of work.
Mahalo. We'll see you in February, hopefully.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's been a long year. I want to thank everybody for your patience and attentiveness and rest tonight. Recover. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Valerie.
We have come to the end of today's agenda. Mahalo for your patience and for participating. Tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30. Mention I'm going to be away tomorrow, and Walt will be facilitating the J agenda. Again, mahalo for attending. We are recessed for today.
Thank you. Thank you.